overwhelming majority of sentiment that the public is hearing from these, organs of media and people with institutional power is all Jews love Israel, all they care about is Israel, but everyone realizes what Israel is doing is heinous. What do you think that is going to do to like anti-Semitic feelings that the broader population has?
Yeah, I don't know what it will do. I just know that one of the things that my Jewish neighbors have been very, very active. I mean, I've never seen this kind of movement, especially among younger generation of Jewish neighbors who are very much trying to push back against that narrative, push back against and call it out. They call it out in a way that me and you could never do. In a way, because it's so authentic, it's so real. It's like, stop, this has nothing to do with that. I do not support a genocide, but I don't support apartheid. I don't support a country, again, that's using faith to drive out a whole people, right?
Yeah.
And so I don't know what it's gonna land on. I know, everybody knows anti-Semitism, and there's no hierarchy who's getting hated in our country.
Yeah.
It's all real, it's all connected. But the people that weaponize it, the people that are doing it in a way that is trying to silence us, my God, some of these organizations are actually saying JVP is anti-Semitic. There's a Jewish organization.
Yeah.
And that's all to silence, to bully, intimidate. And that's what I was talking to people about, is that's the way they've been trying to dismiss, but it's not working. It's not working anymore.
No, it's not. Not even a little bit. And I think your success in Congress is certainly an example of that. I would say that even someone like myself, I have been an advocate for Palestinian emancipation for a decade plus of my professional media career, but there were certain ways I always had to dance around this tightrope whenever I talked about this issue, with the full knowledge that even though what I'm saying is truthful, I know that I will get deplatformed because most people don't understand it, most people don't know. And as a matter of fact, I saw this in the immediate aftermath of October 7, when so many people just simply could not hear someone saying, no, you don't understand. Israel is still the responsible party here for maintaining this incredibly brutal occupation that, of course, led to inevitable violence in retaliation. And people just were not ready for that.
They couldn't even say ceasefire.
Yeah.
I was there.
J Street.
They couldn't even say please. You couldn't even say, I don't care. They know how I feel.
Well, the reason why I brought J Street up is because they were one of the groups. It's a liberals' and actually,
this was an opportunity for them to do the work that needed to be done and what they stood for, and they didn't.
Yeah.
And that's shameful. And it really is shameful that they didn't push. I mean.
And now, 22 months in, the president came out and said, maybe it's a genocide.
He said maybe, though.
Yeah.
So one of the things that was really, we're taken aback is Congresswoman Cori Bush and I doing the ceasefire resolution in October, to be called by the press secretary of Biden as repugnant and disgraceful for doing it. It was so bizarre. I had local electeds, council members, school board members, again, to share my faith or ethnicity, reaching out to our office saying, hey, I have this resolution, can I show it to you? And then they come back to me and say, look, the president of the board is like, can we take the word ceasefire? Ceasefire was a bad word. It was so fucked up. And nobody said, don't say de-escalation. What the fuck are you talking about? The answer to war crimes is not more war crimes. War crimes are war crimes. But it seems to me war crimes against the Palestinian people, there was an exception.
For sure.
And continues to be exception. But nobody calls it anti-Palestinian racism or rooted in Islamophobia, right? They don't say it, but I see it. I hear one of my New Jersey colleagues in caucus when one of my Jewish colleagues got up and said, we need to be careful with our rhetoric. She was really being sincere, and she was trying to include folks as we talk about saving lives, no matter faith or ethnicity. And he got up in the back and said, well, they're all guilty. No one censured him. No one targeted him. No one said anything. Everybody kind of was like, oh, but then nobody did anything because why?
Yeah.
Because he,
Congressman from New Jersey, I think.
Yeah, you know who it is.
Oh, I know who it is. Oh, I know. I'm paying close attention.
I could just tell you at that moment, I can never look at him the same way because he obviously believes that we should all die. That's my personal opinion. He can attack me on it. But what I heard when he said that as a Muslimah, as a Palestinian, is die.
Yeah.
All of you die.
It wasn't Cory Booker. but he's also super pro-Israel, obviously. No.
And it's important, like the Cory Bookers of the world, who sign letters, who say things in Twitter and everything. But when it comes push to shove, it's that vote that matters the most. And if you're gonna go up and vote against a joint resolution of disapproval
Yeah.
of sending an arms embargo, I mean, how many was it? 26 or something, Senate members? That's incredible.
Yeah.
And
it was 17 the first time, and I
Yeah.
think this time it was like 26, but that's not enough. That's
I know.
insane that
But
only
for
26 senators
For
are
me,
saying.
though, at that moment, you know, watching that again grow and watching people like that say, "Oh, I feel bad for the," do something.
Yeah.
Say, you know, it's not just say something. You know, that was 22 months ago.
Yeah.
Right now, it's your vote that matters. Arms embargo, vote to end any form of weapons to a war criminal in a genocidal state right now.
So, judging by what I've heard from you as a congressperson, I feel like if people were still directing pressure campaigns and letter writing campaigns and messaging campaigns and like calling their congresspersons like with overwhelming force, then maybe you could potentially break through, and it's not this like other sinister purpose where it's the third rail that nobody touches and everyone is too scared. But the reason for why they're scared is because they think falsely that their base actually wants them to continue doing a genocide. That's what you're saying.
I think there's a handful of colleagues that I know for a fact, they know their base has moved on this, but they're still afraid because of the bullying and intimidation. Again, I'm not gonna sell my soul to hold a seat. It's just not in me. If it happens, it happens. I actually miss the nonprofit sector, but I can tell folks this: don't do the actions in DC. Do them in their backyard.
Yeah.
Show up in these spaces where they're expecting you to ask about, of course, the Trump and the fascist regime, but you should also ask why certain members voted this way that you disagree with. It's important and it's critical because what's shaking them a lot. I got a text message recently. What's shaking them a lot is like, oh my God, they're protesting again. I said, because the images of the children are so bad, I told him.
So they do see the protest.
Oh, yes.
That's good.
In their backyard.
You know what to do.
I say this important, it's very important, in their backyard. You know, one of my friends is like, hey, I'm gonna do this billboard. I said, why are you doing there? Why are you doing the billboard there? Is that where that person will see it? They're like, oh, I didn't think of it that way. I was like, yeah, don't do it do it to spread the overwhelming feeling that, again, our member of Congress should be listening to us, not special interest groups and the genocidal groups. You should be listening to us.
Okay.
Yeah, I know, Piker. I'm an organizer and I'm a social worker, and I'm telling you as somebody that has organized around immigrant rights, you know, I would show up to these members, this place, and they would be shook because they weren't expected to be asked this, because everybody thinks, oh, there's a D next to the name, of course they're doing the right thing. Guess what? Genocide is bipartisan, and Democrats started the genocide under Democratic control, trifecta, and it's now continued under Republican control.
Yeah, no, they set the stage for a lot of the things that Trump is allowing to continue to happen right now, and everybody goes, oh, how could it have gotten to this point? It's like, well, you did it. You voted, or you refused to vote for it. You refused to communicate the desires of the overwhelming majority of your own base. You lost the election because you wanted to continue the unlimited child murder.
Biden wasn't negotiating the ceasefire.
Yeah, that was another thing, and the media certainly, I don't even want to say abdicated his responsibility, because like this is the responsibility of corporate media, is to basically defend the State Department and its interests, no matter what, as they did with the Iraq War, which was unjustifiable and completely illegal. But they defended it. They defended it on that very same principle.
I mean, just look at the United Nations and the ICC. Anyone who dared to enforce international laws onto the government of Israel was attacked, was targeted, even personally. And my colleagues watched this happen. I mean, look at that. Now you see the flip side is happening within our, who's going to control the White House.
Do you feel like the more younger, bold, anti-Zionist congresspersons, including Summerlee as well, or Zohran Mamdani, not receiving any penalties whatsoever for their staunch opposition to Israel's genocide, but instead, as a matter of fact, potentially winning favor with broader constituencies. Do you feel like this could inevitably cause some Democrats to read the room a little bit better, or maybe recognize that like the bullying and stuff is just completely astroturfed, and that no matter how many
don't let them bully you.
No matter how many
they're empowering the bully.
Yeah.
Instead of pushing back against the bully, they're empowering them.
Yeah, there's protection in numbers, and I feel like if there was a majority of Democrats that finally came out and said this, and the Democrats basically seized control over this message, which is again not even like a 50-50 issue at this point in both independents and also even Republicans. Like the majority of Republicans are anti-Israel at this point. It's like unimaginable, and yet there's no motivation from the Democrats to say something about this, and it only makes people feel in this time of need that they are not up to the task of fighting against the Trump administration. Because for a lot of people, for a lot of Americans, they look at this injustice and they see the Democrats' inability to even communicate on that. And that isn't the primary focus of many Americans, even though it is certainly a very important one for a lot of young Americans, especially, and even older Americans now as well. But that is yet another glaring example of the Democrats' ineptitude and their inability to see the desires of their base. It just makes them look like they're completely out of touch and completely elitist and completely invested in their own careers. So that's the reason why their approval ratings are so low.
I know that. I agree.
Yeah.
I saw it when I door knocked in a very challenging city outside of Detroit, and it's a predominantly Black community, and I saw it. I said we're in trouble, and no one wanted to listen, no one cared, and it was a combination. I really think the Democratic Party establishment support for the genocide opened up a real conversation about the soul of the party and where they really are, and it's made people just be like, I'm not voting, I don't care. And if you can look at it, these are folks that always came out in the presidential or national election, they stayed home. But it's a combination of a lot of things, of folks just feeling like their voice doesn't matter, that because the government's supposed to be about people, and they just feel like they don't give a shit about me or my life. They don't care where I stand on this issue. And
that's where I'm at. They don't give a shit about me.
People are really angry with us.
I'm really fucking angry. I'm angry with you.
Really angry with us.
Yeah, I don't like you,
piece of shit. And don't understand why.
I'll say right to your face, I don't like you.
They care more about their corporate, their corporate benefactors than they do about.
I just feel like they just, again, like the young lady said, Democrats are really just trying to get the power back, right? The gavel. But they're not going to use that power when it comes, and it's going to be the same cycle over and over again. But there is a base of folks that are done with the Democrat. You can hear it, you can feel it.
No, there's people asking Hakeem Jeffries put his body on the line. That's important. I think he should hear that. He should put his body on the line.
Replenishing, you can see it. I mean,
listen to your brother, Hakeem. He's way cooler than you, and we share the same name. So do you know Hassan Kwame Jeffries, his brother? He's a Marxist professor in New York. Loves Zora. Hakeem noticeably absent in the conversation for some weird reason. Yeah, Hakeem, listen to your brother.
I mean, sorry.
Maybe he's watching.
Yeah,
he's a tier 3 subscriber.
I'm sure it's gonna get clipped, and I'm gonna get called.
I mean, it's true. His brother Hassan Kwame Jeffries is big.
I know, but I think it's just everything you're saying is true. I just hope people that are listening and young folks, just being engaged, no matter if it's the voting, because voting should be voting plus. I just don't want you to feel like there's no place for you all to be able to use your voice and push back.
But that's America. That's what America is. I have no place here. Progressives have no place here. You've treated us like garbage for fucking 30 years. Fuck you, assholes. I don't think you have our interests at heart at all. I don't think Hassan has our interests at heart. I think he has money's interests at heart.
All of that to say is there's so many ways.
I have our interests at heart.
Beyond legislation and beyond election day that we can really transform our country and push back against, the status quo. I just find your place. I know I'm at the DSA.
Find your place?
There's a place
I don't have a place here. You've never offered me a place, and I don't like that fucking metaphor.
tax the fucking rich and, pushing back against the 1% and capitalistic schemes. But if it's around education, if it's around civil rights, if around just your being able to have the First Amendment right to speak up and not be targeted or intimidated, and that continues to happen to so many young people, is find your collective folks that will have your back and push back. And so, I mean, look at this platform. This is not mainstream media, and you have millions of people that follow, the conversation and learn and use it to fight back against all of it. I just don't want people to be so pathetic, like they just don't feel like they have any power. I come from Detroit.
Yeah.
I promise you, come every corner is a reminder. Like there's murals, or a reminder, like it wasn't the city hall or the governor or the elected people. It was the them.
Public.
They marched, they boycotted, they fucking black shit. They withheld their labor so they can get Voting Rights Act, Civil Rights Act, the right to organize unions. It is literally the home of the struggle to unionize workplaces. People left, they couldn't leave their work, they died in the workplace. People left and couldn't even survive with the pennies that they were getting from these, the elitists and the, boss folks that were running these big companies. And so collectively, they were power. And it's something to learn from that. And I've constantly reminded people of that. I'm in Congress and I find sometimes I feel so incredibly helpless. I'm there, I'm pushing back. And I thought, okay, I'm gonna bring the movement on the inside, and I do my best. But I watch people out there are way more powerful than I am right now. Like they don't realize, like I'm inspired. I'm like, keep it up. Because it's getting loud. They can't ignore you all. I watched them so upset. Oh my God, I'm getting protested again, Rashida. I said, I ain't related to them. I don't know why you're calling me. They look like your constituents. Maybe you should go meet with them.
Yeah.
Like they're sending me like videos and shit. Like I look at them and I'm like, I'm not in charge of student encampments. I'm not in charge. I don't live in Pennsylvania. I live in Michigan. And it's just so bizarre that they want to bottle it up and make it a Palestinian issue, an immigrant issue, or a Muslim issue, and it's not. It's
American. No, it's a people issue. I go out to these protests all the time, and there's people from all different kinds of backgrounds, all different walks of life. It's solidarity and display.
That's right.
And it has nothing to do with like one specific group that's like fighting for their own rights. Like that kind of like sectarianism does not exist.
They freak out when the veteran gets up in committee hearing and says, I'm a veteran, I fought in Afghanistan and Iraq, stop fucking funding the genocide. They're like, they don't know what to do. It's like, wake up. America is not with the majority of members of Congress. And they need to wake up. They need to understand they're not voting their district. And again, many of them like, oh, I'm against this and against that. But again, they're always progressive and always on the left on this issue and this issue. When it comes to Palestine, they pause, they paralyze. And I really believe it's rooted in anti-Palestinian racism and dehumanization and dismissiveness, because for years they were given permission to do it for so long. And the American people are like, no, we ain't gonna let you keep doing this.
Yeah, Randy Fine is a fantastic example. This is actually something that I find really horrifying. I mean, I'm used to it. I'm Muslim myself, I'm used to just like tanking it. There's not really anything you can do. When people masquerade, when people couch their like reasonable fears, right? But it's just like, the way I see it is no different than like a racist white person being like, I'm afraid of black people.
That's right.
But when someone says that in America, where, anti-blackness is obviously foundational to this nation's development, and it's become significantly more sophisticated and insidious in the ways that it repeats itself. Like, if someone were to be as overt in their anti-black white supremacist sentiment, people usually would understand that and go, I know what you're doing there. But when someone says like, I'm scared of scary Muslims, like I'm scared of Arabic words, I'm scared of the word intifada, I'm scared of this, I'm scared of that, like there is no mechanism of pushback against that, where we just have to like sit there and be like, oh, you're scared? Oh, I'm so sorry. I guess I should apologize for your racist fucking fears. And then on the other hand, you have people like Randy Fine who are literally going, please, more genocide. I love genocide. Genocide is my favorite thing to do. Genocide and eating hamburgers.
Parking lot. I mean, I've heard it all.
Yeah.
I tell people, I'm like, my mere existence, I ran to go after corporate polluters too. Like, you should see, I totally, like, you should see, I used to file injunctions against the Koch brothers, don't be pet Coke. I was like, we deserve clean air. I get in there and I've never felt more Palestinian my whole life. And it was surrounded by Israeli flags, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. I was so naive, I didn't realize it, but now I just feel like my mere existence agitates them.
Yeah.
Because I'm equally elected like you were.
Yeah.
Get a vote like everybody else. They can't, they can't see that. And even as I continue to push back against some of the narrative from both sides of the aisle of kind of making Palestinians disposable, like this like has to happen, you can see that again they're making an exception because of the ethnicity.
Yeah.
It's like when I say save lives no matter faith or ethnicity, I am talking to them and trying to get to them and understand a child is a child.
Yeah.
But some of my colleagues, one Democratic,
They're like, some kids, bad vibes.
well, no, they were
That's what they're saying.
no. One of them said, "Well, it's not my fault. They were born into a family that's going to kill." And I was like, "Whoa!"
No, that's
But
straight
no one
up.
calls that shit out, and it's not like they're hiding their racism or their anti-Palestinian racism or the racist tropes that they continue to spew out. They do it in a way again to justify their positions.
Yeah, that's horrifying to have to deal with, especially amongst your peers who have tremendous amounts of power, and ultimately, the incredible power to stop all of this.
Yeah.
Because like without our unlimited support, without America's unlimited support, Israel cannot do a genocide. Israel cannot be this belligerent entity that destroys all of its neighbors for a greater Israel project that they are clearly championing, openly communicating their desire to do so.
I kept saying that to people like,
so
they're like, Rashida, I don't like Netanyahu. Great, then why'd you send him $14 billion?
Also, it's not just Netanyahu. It's not.
I know that, but when they say that to me,
Yeah.
I just look at them and say that. And then some of them say, I'm for a two-state. I said, well, you did shit to even get to that point.
Yeah.
Like it's 10 years too late. They're
Yeah.
writing letters right now to say we need a Palestinian state. You should have fucking did that 10 years ago. Why are you doing it now? Whatever your opinion. I mean, I grew up in Detroit where separate but equal didn't work. I believe in coexistence. I don't believe in this shit like you get more. My grandmother's only crime was being born Palestinian, so she's less than in her own land, in her own country. That's all she's known.
Bullshit.
But no one wants to hear that side, right? They've rationalized this like bullshit around like, well, those indigenous people, whatever, that's not real. That's bullshit. It is absolutely ethnic cleansing.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Like even if they weren't indigenous people, which they are, but even if they weren't, it would still be unconscionable cruelty to an outgroup, right? Like the treatment of Palestinians as ruthless cosmopolitans that don't have like that.
My grandfather used to tell me stories that because a lot of them didn't have access to education, were farmers, both my grandparents. But he's like, he'd like, Cito, listen, they would think that we're savages, that we're dumb, that we're nothing. We're just, they would make them out to be these angry Arab people.
Yeah.
So they could justify killing them.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, we shot them because they were going to shoot us first. It's like, I was unarmed. I didn't have anything. And it's,
a practice that still continues.
I know.
Yeah.
But, God rest his soul. Like, my grandfather always was like, I don't understand. I used to pick olives next to my Jewish neighbor. There was no, Friday was call of prayer, Saturday was Sabbath, and Sunday was church bells. That's how we existed. And then, folks came in and had this like, whatever structure that they wanted to put in to completely erase and remove people. It's sad. You go into villages, you can still see the stairs to the homes that were demolished.
Yeah. No, it's devastating. And that what you're describing here is I think an area in this conversation that most Americans are still not privy to, and I don't even expect people to like recognize the totality of this violence and the violent practice of like maintaining an apartheid structure for so long. But I do think that the environment is changing in unprecedented ways, in ways that I never thought was possible, where so many people are, up
They
in
know where
arms.
Palestinians are now.
Yeah.
I mean, so many people don't know what happened in 1948, but they know what's happening is wrong.
Yeah.
And I just smile. It's a sad smile, but I'm just silent. I was like, thank you. Like, you're like, but why are they it's just overwhelming like support now. I mean, in 2018, I went door to door and people are like, what are you? I'm like, I'm Palestinian. They're like, oh, my doctor's from Pakistan. I was like, I would then correct them. And, but now it's like, how's your family? Is everything okay? I can't believe we're letting this happen.
Yeah.
And they also don't believe it's just Netanyahu. They
Yeah.
believe in that it is
Yeah.
absolutely a violent apartheid state.
No, it's an ideology. Zionism is an exterminationist ideology built around ethno-religious supremacist values. So when people say like, oh well, I'm a liberal Zionist, like I want there to be a Jewish.
I've heard that so many times.
I'm a liberal Zionist. I want there to be a Jewish ethno state. I'm like, okay, like what do you mean? It's like saying you're like a liberal Nazi. You want an Aryan majority ethno state? Like what are you talking about? There's people there.
Yeah.
There's people there that Israel is occupying the lives of. There's people there that Israel is like ritualistically destroying the lives of, and all at the behest of this project. There is no like liberal angle here. And then post October 7, it basically showed that reality. There is a poll that came out.
People are seeing exactly what the Palestinian people were screaming
Yeah.
and saying, please, do you know this is what they're doing?
There's a poll that came out from the Israeli Democracy Institute.
Mm-hmm.
They routinely poll Israeli society. Now, Israel, given its ethno-state status, has two designations, and I'm telling this to them.
Yeah,
you know
yeah.
this already.
Yeah.
Arab and Jew. Those are the two designations
Mm-hmm.
for Israeli society. Even though there is a shit ton of Arab Jews, they're classified as Jews, and everyone down to Armenians and Christians and Muslims who are not Jewish in Israeli society are declared Arab. Okay, those polls show that at this stage, 79% of Israeli Jews say they care either not at all or not enough about the starvation that's going on in Gaza. Only 0.8% of Israeli Jews have said that they don't know anything about it.
I saw something with 80 at one point, maybe it was a while ago. But
Yeah, so clearly this is a manifestation of extremely right-wing reactionary fascist ideology that has overtaken Israeli society, has captured Israeli society. And this is part of the reason why I even tried to like make pleas to politicians directly when I was talking to them in the lead up to this election, where I was like, just do it from a partisan position. Just like say Netanyahu's bad, say Netanyahu's a bad guy. He's pro-Trump. Just like anything, like try to angle this if you don't care about the humanity.
Some of them are so like two state. I'm like, while walls are being built and apartheid structures are expanding, I said to them, okay,
but Netanyahu says no state.
That's right. But Piker, that's exactly what I told this member from the Midwest. She was like, well, I'm for a two-state, and I know you're not, and I said, well, I believe in coexistence. And she goes, well, I said, no, that's them trying to silence me and explaining that, again, growing up in a black city, I know what this means. I know it's about dehumanizing and making people less equal to rights. And I said to them, well, if you believe in a two-state, why are you giving money to a government that doesn't believe in a two-state? You're literally funding a person that believes in one state, but only for one faith, in elimination of anybody that isn't. And she just looked at me and she never thought of it that way.
How much more time do we have, by the way?
I have no idea. I never
Okay,
keep my time.
because I know you're.
Do people keep your time? Are you?
I want to keep going for as long as you want to, because there's a bunch of other.
You love this? You like doing this?
Oh, this is what I do for 8 hours a day. This is great, and it's always great to have someone who's like like-minded as well.
Okay, so 2:50. We got 10 minutes.
Okay. What do you say to people? Like I tweeted out recently, like a while ago, and this is something I've talked about quite a bit, that all of this could have ended with one phone call, and yet people always turn around and say, that's not true. Mm-hmm. Do you think that this is, given the unimaginable influence and power that we have over the Israeli government's affairs, specifically when it comes to Israel's like war and war crimes, do you feel like, the one phone call is symbolic, obviously, but do you feel like...
Yeah, I've seen previous presidents do it, right?
Yeah,
we've seen
Biden did it.
I'll tell you, I've heard Carter's done it. I think there was a moment where even Bush and Reagan did it. They used the leverage the powerful leverage of that phone call, what it means to make that phone call. But it's what you say, right? I think there is a point where, you know, I see some of the folks that can make that call, do it, and then retract. It's very bizarre. But there's no way if the government of Israel loses support from U.S. government for the genocide, for the continuation of forced starvation, it would end. I believe that.
For sure.
Yeah.
70% of all munitions, both offensively and defensively.
Yeah.
I'm using this
Weapons are
term.
weapons, but okay.
Yeah, I'm using this term deliberately.
But I just feel like it's just building into this
I know,
narrative.
it's coming up for my second question. That's why I'm saying this. 70% of all weapons since October 7 that Israel's used both offensively and defensively have been directly given to Israel by the United States of America.
Yeah.
There is no other country that Israel could go to make up for
If you go to the
that
Al-Aqsa,
amount.
if you go to the Al-Aqsa, the Dome of the Rock in Jerusalem, there are casings where if you go up, you can see it says made in the USA.
Yeah.
It's just like, because it wasn't the first time, right? This is not the first time. But I think they do that to show people that's who's funding the violence and the aggression on the Palestinian people.
Yeah.
But no, absolutely.
So
I can tell you, like, the majority of all the funding, I mean, the primary financer of the genocide is our government.
I cannot switch weapons.
Absolutely. There has been some contention, which I'm seeing now, like where Democrats are basically like finally trying to come around to being like, well, maybe no offensive weapons, right? Like, let's just stop the offensive weapons. It's like, you said weapons are weapons. Do you want to elaborate a little bit on that?
I mean, they're weapons. The fact of the matter is, you have a country right now, didn't bomb only Gaza, bombed a number of other countries, just poking and poking and poking and trying
Lebanon,
to drag.
Syria,
Oh my
Iran,
God, you should see
Iraq,
what they're doing in Lebanon,
Yemen.
and a lot of my families are from South Lebanon, and I mean, every single moment around there, and it's used to enable and basically continue the status quo. That's exactly what that's about.
Yeah.
And no matter what folks, you know, label it or wait, the fact, either you want to end it or you don't, and the way you do it by stopping all arms, no matter what they label it at. It's ridiculous. I don't know what the strategy are. You either want it in the genocide or you don't.
Yeah.
No weapons, zero. Fuck what you label it at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't give an Iron Dome. We didn't even give an Iron Dome to Ukraine, and they deserved it. Like, they needed it, and Israel said no, and we didn't give them the Iron Dome, and they were being pummeled by Russia. We certainly don't even entertain the notion of like the civilians that are living in Russia. There's civilians living in Russia. Mm-hmm. They're getting a counterstrike by Ukrainian drones and whatnot. Do they need an Iron Dome? Are we pushing for an Iron Dome for them? Or are we giving them defensive weapons? That's never existed in the history of any conflict. And of course, people say Israel's our ally.
You gotta look at the arms sales, you gotta look at everything. That particular vote that came to the House, but look at the arms sales that, 26 senators tried. That part of that arms sales is all of it. It's just weapons.
Yeah.
They have the courage to say, no, we're done.
Yeah.
We're gonna use the power of our vote to say to the Israeli government.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna take a small break here and pause this video. Okay, I'm back, guys. Sorry about that. I had to take a nap. It's so fucking hot in my house. It's so hot in my house, and I didn't really realize how bad it was until I took a nap, and I came back and I was like soaking sweat, and I was like, it's so shitty in here. So yeah, sorry about that. Oh, my pumpkins, right? My pumpkins. Did they live? I don't know. Ooh, pumpkins. Oop, I have 95 scrap. I better put it away. Oh, I can't move because I need water. Okay. Let's pull all of the food. Water. Hopefully that generation of pumpkins is done. I better eat, huh? Somebody had stole the pumpkins, of course they did. Or they just died of old age, but they are an asset on the Rust server. Well, yeah, the water. I have seeds. Seeds are good. This thing has water. It has some water. They will grow, and I can clone them very quickly in like 5 minutes, and then let them grow. Food is an issue. But it won't be after the next generation of pumpkins. It's just somebody raided me and somebody took it. That's fine. It's just, you know, I need those pumpkins to get ahead. When I have the next generation of pumpkins, I will lay... Ooh, nice, a metal detector. I will lay what do they call it? Oh yeah, the Fog of War. Wow, yeah. So the Fog of War should have disappeared. It should disappear daily. I can't believe what they did to hardcore. There's a ladder. Ladder is really good. Gotta definitely get that home. Like now. It's it's 10 in the morning, which is good. So the sun's rising. Get up. Nice. That's good. Nice. That's good too. I'm gonna get a level, which is very good. It makes fuel in the boat cheaper. It's hard to spend the points in that, but I mean, I spent the points how I should have. It's way slower to level here for some reason now, which is, I don't really understand that, but yeah, what's a cloth from that stuff? I really don't need a heater. I should go look for stone, because I kind of have need for stone, but not really. I should chop a tree while I'm here. Yeah, I mean, I can make crossbows, so yeah, I will keep like 4 ropes just so I can make crossbows if I need weapons and stuff, but yeah. That's 140 metal frags, is not bad. I shouldn't have done the mace, because, well, I don't know. The sword is fucking fast, though, so whatever. Here's South Park doubles viewers with Trump roast.
As Trump satire sparks controversy. In a remarkable surge, Comedy Central South Park has nearly doubled its viewership compared to the season premiere just 2 weeks ago, thanks to an episode that took direct aim at former President Donald Trump and key members of his administration. According to The Hollywood Reporter, this week's episode pulled in 838,000 live viewers on Wednesday.
Go Matt and Trey. They didn't think they could do this, but they could. They were this good at what they did. Go Matt and Trey. I'm fucking so proud of you guys.
South Park's full
Hells yeah. Take down the piece of shit Republican fascist right. Fuck the Republican fascist right.
The latest episode wasn't shy about pushing boundaries. Creators Trey Parker and Matt Stone lampooned Homeland Security.
Matt and Trey. I fucking love Matt and Trey. I fucking love Matt and Trey. They're my favorite people in the world.
With Botox literally melting off her face while carrying out over-the-top immigration raids, even in a live Dora, the Explorer production. The satire also took aim at her past controversial claim of shooting a young dog. Other targets included ICE's aggressive tactics, the Department of Education's budget cuts.
Fuck ICE's aggressive tactics.
Depicted
Fuck
as
Donald
simply
Trump.
Unwanted lover, with the episode ending in a bizarre desert PSA mocking his masculinity. Jesus Christ even made an appearance, warning townspeople not to end up like Colbert in a nod to late-night cancellations. Reactions have been swift. Noam called the portrayal funny and lazy, accusing the show of targeting women's looks. Former IC Director Tom Homan called it bad form and claimed it fuels violence against agents. Meanwhile, Vice President J.D. Vance took in stride hosting, well, I've finally made it. The White House has previously dismissed South Park as a fourth-rate show desperate for attention. But not everyone is critical. David Ellison, Paramount's new CEO, praised Parker and Stone as equal
15
opportunity
people,
offenders
not bad.
who have maintained their fearless comedic style for decades. With viewership climbing and controversy swirling, South Park has once again cemented its place at the center of America's cultural and political conversation. For more breaking celebrity, entertainment, and pop culture updates, make sure to subscribe to Flashing Today and hit that bell icon, because we bring you the news that others only whisper about.
I have just found the worst film to ever exist. This could actually be the first film in human conception that got a 0% on Rotten Tomatoes.
That's fake news.
Now, just to give you context to how terrible this film is, it's on Amazon Prime. Usually if something is on Prime and it's not Invincible
terrible.
or The Boys, it's probably going to be
probably
pretty mid.
fucking
But
terrible.
on top of that as well, keep in mind, it's made by Amazon. There is a crucial plot point in the film where an Amazon drone comes in to save the day.
Oh my god.
Not only is this like,
Oh
the
my
worst
God,
bad
he's
film I've ever seen, it is worse than like Tommy Wiseau's
Their product
The Room,
placements,
that film that
Amazon
was actually
drones.
so horrendously terrible, and to make it into some sort of fever dream, all the lines.
I
are
love
dubbed
Pyrotechnical, I
in
really
post
do. I think
through
it's
ADR.
fucking really good.
Keep the chin. Hi, doggy.
Now, I do want to correct myself. It isn't the only 0% Rotten Tomatoes film in existence. There are 6 others this decade. 6 films in 10
This
years
decade,
have got
yeah.
a 0%.
Is a
3
zero,
of those
yeah.
0% films were released in 2020, and 2 of them star Sylvester Stallone. Or, as I like to call him,
Stallone.
Mr. I am the law. Now, obviously, seeing a film so terrible, it definitely did pique my interest, because, again,
Yeah, he's
if a
done
film
some
comes
stickers.
out and it's bad, you'll at least have some kind of contrarian come out the woodwork to be like, actually, it's an underappreciated masterpiece that in 5 years, everyone will say it is A24 cinema. But no, with this film, everyone hates it. Now, on the main channel, I have covered some pretty bad films, especially YouTuber films, like, for example, one starring Logan Paul, Airplane Mode, and KSI, Laid in America. But, again, the excuse for
Laid
those
in
is that
America.
they're YouTuber films. This is not a YouTuber film. This is an Amazon Prime film. I think War of the Worlds 2025 literally makes Casper Lee and KSI's Laid in America look like Oscar-worthy content.
Alright, that's great, but something more important has come up. Pretty much, we need to find hot girls for this party tonight.
With that said, even though I think this film is a steaming pile of garbage, please go and watch it. Go and watch it. Watch it, get high and watch it. Be sober and watch it. It is a genuinely comedic performance for how seriously it takes itself, and it just falls flat on its face. I actually saw someone on Twitter say that this was the equivalent of a Discord VC movie. You know those tweets you see of
Did it
people
go?
like watching videos and they think it's hilarious, like for
Running.
example Dream's face reveal? This is definitely one of those like Discord VC movies because it's so bad. It's so bad. And I wish I could understand how all the moving pieces go together to make an absolute steaming pile of ass. Now, watching this, I thought to myself repeatedly that this was like the equivalent of something a YouTuber would put together for some kind of series.
Tiger on the
But again,
beach.
it is the single largest company in the world behind this film, and it's just absolute slop. I know that I put out slop, but this is next level. Now, the majority of this film is in like kind of a found footage perspective, but you know, the technological era, current year, because it's like filmed on, you know, screen recordings and WhatsApp messages, but I could not stop drawing the comparison that this is Paranormal Activity if it was a comedy film. Now, for those who are unaware, War of the Worlds 2025 is obviously based on the original book by H.G. Wells, and that was released back in 1898. Now, I'm quite hesitant to call this an adaptation, more of a appropriation. The book itself is really, really good. They've made films, series, musicals. There was even a radio broadcast read by George Orwell of War of the Worlds, and people back then, you know, no TikTok back then, they were so psyoped by the fact that this could be real that people started panicking and running outside their homes. Isn't that crazy that all the way back then, when people heard scary news, they'd actually worry? I swear we are all so jaded and bitter in current year that someone could drop a nuke and someone would tweet, lol, owned, like whatever country got nuked. And on top of that as well, the book is wrote as a commentary and critique of the British Empire and of Victorian society, mostly inspired by the British colonisation of Tasmania. You know, Tasmania, Australia, the country where people go, why you pocket this liar? Why you do that, man? Now, did Amazon adhere to these deep-rooted political issues? No, but to be fair, the film with Tom Cruise didn't do that either. But the film with Tom Cruise is much better than this steaming slop. They go into some bizarre cope about, like, spying on people, government overreach.
Spying on what's in people's Amazon carts?
Is that what you think I do?
Which are genuine issues, especially with, as you know, the great Guna ban in Great Britain right now, which most countries seem to be adopting also. I think the only thing that this film actually retains from the original source material is that the aliens travel on tripods. You know, tripods that you set your camera on? That's pretty much the only relevant thing from the source material. Now, the main character is Ice Cube, the rapper from NWA.
Dang, that was easy. No, I'm just good.
But again, like I don't know why he was in this film. Maybe he had to pay off like a plasma TV or something. And he works in a government agency, and his role is to essentially spy on everyone. But with this incredibly important job, he basically spends most of his time spying on his family, even turning down calls from NASA employees to spend more time looking at his daughter's Samsung fridge because it has a built-in camera.
You need to lay off the soy milk. You haven't had any protein this week.
So Ice Cube has 2 kids. The mother is unfortunately dead. So in like kind of an overprotective father role, he basically spends his time at his super secret government job spying on his kids. I'm also going to keep referring to him as Ice Cube because I genuinely don't even remember his name in the film at all. But that NASA lady I mentioned earlier basically keeps calling him to warn about like bizarre weather patterns that are going around. There's also this really bizarre plot thread in the beginning of the film that shows like, you know, this secret anonymous hacker who's going to leak all the government secrets. And they do this raid to kind of like stop him, and the raid is cringe because obviously it's like a found footage film.
All they've been watching is news, so they made a terrible movie from the headlines, basically.
People that are doing the raid
dumb.
just holding a gun out, but also holding a smartphone, like she's Leon Kennedy or something. No, Leon Kennedy had a flashlight so we could actually see around the Raccoon PD, but it's terrible. No one would do this realistically. And then after that, a bunch of asteroids, they start to hit the Earth, or the aliens come out and they just start blasting people. And then of course, all the world governments decide, oh, you know what? We all hate each other, but let's stop for 5 minutes and band together to stop these nasty aliens. That is until the aliens reach major data centers and shut them all down, cutting everyone off from each other.
Yeah, they found all the government servers.
But then in
They found all the
really
government
bizarre
servers.
reveal, that hacker I mentioned earlier that didn't really seem to go anywhere, it's revealed that the hacker was his son.
It's you! It's you!
And his son was basically trying to expose this software called Goliath, which was this like mass surveillance system. It was designed solely to spy on people.
It's called Goliath. That's fake news. Think about it.
And
That's
then they
fake
tried to do this
news.
very bizarre thing that obviously there's a lot of data, right? Like you send a text on WhatsApp, you watch a short on Instagram, you watch a YouTube short, which is probably really unfunny and you don't remember it 5 seconds later. That's data. And the reason why the aliens are here is because we have lots and lots of data and they feed off that. Now, the pacing of this film is the most disjointed thing I have ever seen in my entire life. You might as well watch the first episode of Breaking Bad and then the last episode of season 5 and think, wait a minute, when did he grow a beard? Now, pretty much the entirety of this film, like I said, is found footage, but mostly from Ice Cube's desktop.
shit,
I think the
the
last
fuck was
time
that?
we see the clock, it shows 2:42 p.m.
Goat.
But when Ice Cube gets onto his computer at the beginning of the film, it's 10 a.m.
Okay.
So everything I explained happens within like a 5-hour time span. Thankfully, the film is not 5 hours. Don't worry. They do these bizarre kind of time skips where the screen cuts to black because, again, I'm guessing a lot of the film was just, I don't know, Ice Cube playing Minesweeper on government computers or something. And one thing you can really notice as well is I'm 99% sure that all of these reactions that the actors have, they were filmed on like completely different days, if not weeks, definitely not together. You know how like when you see animated films and stuff and the characters seem to have like, you know, good chemistry? That's usually because they're all recording their lines in the same booth. Obviously they're reading lines, they're talking to a microphone, they're not actually acting, but just being in the same space. that creates like a sense of chemistry. But I swear that they just call people up on different days, and it was like, yeah, can you just sit here and like pretend to act?
What? Come on!
But there's this one point where, you know, Ice Cube is talking to, you know,
Come on!
world leaders and the government, and you've got this DHS head, and he's just kind of nodding, like just not even paying attention to the guy. I don't know, maybe he's listening to like Blade on his AirPods or something. There's also another bit where Ice Cube basically shows, you know, all the aliens attacking not just America, but different parts of the world. And then he clicks on countries and they show B-roll. One of the countries he clicks on is France. Now, I know France can be a bit of a hole. That does not look like France to me. That looks like stock war footage that you took from a Humvee. I'd also like to point out as well, the President of the United States is involved in, you know, kind of trying to combat these aliens. And if you zoom in on his head, it is really obvious that the Oval Office is just a really bad green screen. The film is so stale and awful that people have started to make semi-sarcastic compilations of every Oscar-worthy performance that Ice Cube has. It's almost like the actors knew that they were going to be in like a steaming pile of dog shit, so they just gave like the most disingenuous cardboard reactions possible, you know, just to kind of get it out of that it's bad category, but into the slightly better so bad it's good category.
Got him. Got him. Damn. That's my God, man.
And the CGI isn't much better. Usually whenever you see the aliens, there's like heavy distortion and stuff because, you know, if you actually
God
saw
damn
them in
it.
full view with a clear image, they'd probably look like a PS2 render. You've got this great compilation of the aliens invading Earth, and whenever you see one actually land, there's an insane amount of shake. There's this tool that a lot of editors use called like S-shake, and you can really tell when someone uses it. Like, here's an example of S-shake. Whoa, you've definitely seen it before in a YouTube video, but it's like they applied that every single time without any variation, just to hide how mediocre the CGI was. I talked about the tripod aliens just being blurs to kind of hide that they look like PS2 characters, but a great example is Ice Cube's daughter gets attacked. He thinks that, you know, she might have died. He hacks into like some heart rate monitor. I'm gonna cope and say it was like an Apple Watch or something, or a Fitbit that she's got on to show that she's okay, she's got a stable heart rate. But then, like, when this explosion goes off and her phone gets dropped and he thinks that he's lost his daughter, they CGI this dirt on the screen to make it look more convincing. It's just terrible. And obviously as well, a lot of the film is talking, right? Like they're calling someone or trying to contact someone, and that's not really very entertaining as much as you try to make it out to be. That's why these kind of like, you know, screen recorded films are usually horror films. This isn't a horror film, it's more like kind of a thriller action. So, you know, like you're picking up Microsoft team calls or typing out texts. So to try and make it like engaging, they do these like quick cuts. It makes you feel like you're watching a Netflix documentary. It actually reminds me of this Netflix documentary I watched called Don't F with Cats. The story itself is really interesting, but I cannot stand the editing in that film. They tried to make like texts or opening conversations like really dramatic, but you can't do that. Like you're just showing your desktop. It's basically impossible to do that. It's the same gripe I have like in shows or in films when a character is getting a text from someone and then they just show the text like magically lifting out of their phone. I'm sure it was a good, you know, it was a good substitute the first 300 times, but then when everyone does it, it just becomes so saturated. Now, I did mention at the beginning that this entire film was basically a huge Amazon shill, how this drone comes to save the day, but it's a glorified ad. There are more ads in this than a YouTuber's podcast. Amazon gift cards are like repeatedly brought up, like not just in conversation, but at one point is a crucial plot point. When this one guy is trying to fly a drone with a USB stick on it to try and deliver it, the drone gets flipped over and then they hack into this homeless guy's phone and offer him an Amazon gift card to risk his life to actually get the drone back over. Now, you're probably wondering why they're using a drone. That's because the boyfriend of Ice Cube's daughter is canonically an Amazon delivery driver. And he even does this bit like promoting Prime Air, the future of delivery.
It's the future of delivery. We've been training this for months.
Someone on Twitter actually compiled every single example of when Amazon was brought up, and I think out of a 92-minute film, it was brought up 14 times, which means on average, every 6.5 minutes, there was an Amazon product placement. And also that entire plot point that I was talking about, where he needs like a USB thumb drive, and he doesn't have one because he works in this super secret government facility, and like, you can't have a USB thumb drive. Like, you could take data from government computers and you could take it home or upload it. That's dangerous.
They don't let thumb drives in the building.
If you look on his desktop, you can literally see the notification that he already has a USB stick plugged in. Aside from the Amazon adverts and it being an Amazon film, there was also a Tesla promotion. Of course there was. Next, we'll get a Twitter promotion. Now, how do they work this shill into the film? Well, Ice Cube's daughter is near where one of the aliens lands, and she gets injured. So what Ice Cube does is hack into a Tesla and use its self-driving feature to get her to safety.
See that Tesla in front of you? I need you to get to it.
Even showing off and promoting its low battery mode and AC. One thing I also wanted to mention is, like, this is not the first film to show like kind of desktops or realistic conversations, you know, like through kind of social media. But you'll notice in a lot of these films, they don't use the actual names. You know how like guns in video games, they never actually call the name of the gun because of like licensing, or the company might be like, wait a minute, you can't use that gun in the game to show that it kills people. Only we can do that. But the point is, everything here is legitimate. Like they obviously reached out to every single company to get the rights. So it's done the complete opposite, where it feels a little bit cringe using like alternative names, to the point that this just feels like a huge product placement. I mean, you literally have like the FBI and NSA like using WhatsApp. They, like, believe me, they would not use WhatsApp, like even on that high level. I mean, sure, you'd have like a group chat and stuff to talk about things, but to organize like, you know, government approved raids, I don't think that would be done in WhatsApp. I think it'd be a private messaging service that they would have crafted themselves.
FBI Special Agent Jeffries on the line.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, I just find it really weird that like the FBI would use WhatsApp to organize raids. Also, I really didn't know where to put this in the video, but at the end of the film, they include a fake Joe Rogan tweet calling Ice Cube and his family the heroes of privacy rights. I have no idea if they actually got the rights from Joe Rogan to use that tweet because it doesn't exist. I mean, I know for a fact that if he gave them the rights, he was either promised a year's supply of weed or $500,000. But again, looking a bit deeper into production, it's really obvious why the film turned out so poorly. Apparently the narrative of this film was basically compiled of unused projects that got cancelled due to the 19 moment. Now the problem is with a lot of these shows, like when Netflix makes their own show, or Amazon makes their own show, or Apple TV, it's really hard to actually find out what the budget is for the show, because if it's low budget, then fair enough. That explains why this is just complete slop and it's awful. But again, if it's high, then you're going to go into conspiracy theory territory. I mean, genuinely, I wouldn't be surprised if the majority of this budget just went to Ice Cube so he could actually make an appearance.
Yeah, that's
again, some
what
of the
happens.
performances he gives in this film are just like, they're not great. They're pretty horrendous. There is one scene in particular where he reacts to his son possibly being killed, and he just acts disappointed, like he lost a League of Legends game or something. And they also might have spent a fair amount of money trying to get the rights to all of these kinds of, you know, apps, like getting the rights and licenses to them to use them in the film. But remember that kind of conspiracy thing I talked about earlier? I've noticed that a lot of these films, some of them are bad, like to the point that they shouldn't have been made. You know, you've got like 3 tiers of films. You've got mid films, terrible films, and then Oscar baiting films. But again, with these bad films, it's actually not a bad idea that they were made. For us, the consumer, it's terrible. It is like the worst. No one would watch this slop, right? Seriously. But what a lot of companies do is, because they put all this money into the production, they can use it, say it with me now, as a tax write-off. Overall, if you are looking for highbrow, absolute cinema, you will find it. This is the best film I've ever seen in my life. I mean, honestly, when the Tom Cruise War of the Worlds film came out, a lot of people said it was great, and then they said it sucked. But now those people will go back and say it's absolute cinema again. You can also read the War of the Worlds book, but you don't read. Come on, none of us read. Reading Discord messages, it doesn't count.
Nice, I got a paddle out of a barrel, which is... Honestly, the likelihood was kind of low. But it happened and I needed it, so whatever. Yeah, who goes to Lighthouse anymore? Fuck it, I'll just sit at Lighthouse. My thing is I don't want to be harassed. You can have my set. I don't want to be harassed. I just don't want to be harassed. That's not part of my vibe. I don't want it. I don't want shitheads. I don't care if there's 15 people on the fucking server. This is a huge server. It's a hardcore server. You shouldn't be running across people looking for kills. You're fucking stupid. Two paddles, nice. Fucking piece of shit hacker. Yeah, did I use my kit today? No, I'll have to use my kit. And then I get that gun back that shithead stole and then died with. Fucking moron. Harder for them to approach this than me, which is good. One run really doesn't get you shit, though. The loot is honestly better on the road. I don't need to land here at a monument. I think my real problem is I'm going to monuments and they see that someone's there and they come and farm you. Because they have all day. They're losers. Like, they don't have jobs or realities. They, you know, so they get shit like that fucking Crossy kill. That guy was like dealing with a fucking what's it called? Scarecrow, and he fucking turns and flick shots fucking perfect headshot Crossy. I don't fucking buy it. I've never bought it. Nobody out, like Fortnite kids who play for fucking thousands of hours don't have that kind of bullshit response. It's some fucking cheater. It's a fucking cheater. I'm not dumb. I don't care about the fucking kid. I care about the harassment. I've never cared about the loot. They seem to think it's about the loot. Wait, what? Wait, what? Okay. That's not too good. What? Ugh. Oh yeah, the shovel. I was all excited because I got a fucking metal detector, but you know, no, fucking shithead had to steal it from me. It's fucking stupid. I guess I'll put on this and that and work my way up to a set. The paddle's gonna break, so I'll take two of them, I guess, yeah. And this is enough to do something, at least on the road. I could make tools. I should make tools. I don't need this stone anymore. I just got tools. Okay. I'm gonna start watching Pyro live every day. And see what he does. The first AI apology just dropped.
Oh, delete it, dude. Delete it. Whoa, stop swearing, dude. Now, there are an infinite amount of YouTubers that have done responses or apology videos. Some of them, they can be pretty good. Others, they whip out the ukulele, so to speak. But what if, and this could be, this could be the first example we have ever seen of a YouTuber doing an AI apology. So this revolves around a content creator called Peterbot, and this guy is apparently really cracked, being one of the best players in the world right now. He started gaining traction in 2021 when he was around 14 years old. There he was competing in the Fortnite Championships, but it wasn't until 2022 he actually started to make some real traction because he won his first Fortnite Championship grand finale. Since then, he's been doing a lot of competitions, usually taking first place. Like for example, this month earlier with Ritual and Cold, he actually made $180,000 from winning the North American Central Circuit.
Is he cheating?
Now, I assume there'll be a
No.
three-way split between the top
No,
three
no.
players in the same team, but at the same time, $60,000 per person just for playing Fortnite. That is crazy. There's actually a website here called Esports Earnings, and it actually tries to track how much money the players made from tournaments and championships alone. And I can't really speak on its authenticity. The source is kind of...
Oh yeah, Peterbot. I've
Peterbot
seen that
has
guy.
made almost $1 million from playing 111 tournaments. That's a lot of cheddar. That's a lot of
I fought
cheddar.
that guy,
Aside from
I
esports,
believe.
Peterbot is also a pretty big content creator on Twitch, having just shy of 1 million followers.
They give him a
And
Peter
his YouTube
Griffin
channel At the
skin.
minute sits on 800,000. Now, even though this Peterbot guy, he sounds pretty cracked. He sounds pretty MLG, as the old heads would say. I mean, I don't think many 18-year-olds can claim that they made the best part of $1 million just from playing Fortnite. But unfortunately, it looks like this could all come crashing down. So there was a clip that resurfaced a couple of years ago of Peterbot saying some things that I guess weren't very family friendly. The video starts with someone filming Peter eating cake, and once he realizes he's being recorded, he tells the cameraman to stop being gay. And then swipes at the phone, which then doesn't get the person to actually stop recording. And then he says the F word. Now, I know it's Fortnite. I know it's like the fan base of kids. Not the F word as in the swear word, the one that's used for the people on Blue Sky.
What? The people on Blue Sky.
Bro, stop being gay, bro.
Oh, deleted. And then he ends up dropping the N-word just completely hard R. You know, he starts spamming this like 6 times or so. Deleted. 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 Now, this clip has absolutely blown up on Twitter as well, and a lot of people are being, you know, very critical of his choice of words. Now, I do not
He's
want
getting
people to get this
cancelled.
twisted. I am not doing the slot video saying, oh my god, this 18-year-old, like a couple of years ago, he said the F word, and then he said the M word. Like, I know for a fact people will immediately pull up clips of me saying very similar things many, many years ago. That's
I'm
not
sure.
the point. This isn't like kind of a call out. The reason why I'm talking about this video is because the internet's reaction. I have never seen a more non-serious reaction to something in my life. Like, for example, he had the word FN in his name, and then people on Twitter started to question, you know what? FN in his name, it probably doesn't actually mean Fortnite anymore. And that infamous clip as well, people have actually started to recreate the video itself in Fortnite.
Yo, that KP. Yo, you want some? No, I'm good, bro. Thanks.
Bro, stop being gay.
Oh, chill, delete.
And then, of course, a lot of people started to, ironically, edit in the happy ending, where he never actually said any of these things.
Bro, stop being gay, bro.
Speaking of gays, I love the LGBTQ.
And then people also tried to create Peter Butt black, as if to say that he actually has the pass. And then on top of that as well, there were people that were getting angry at HypeX for actually posting the clip in the first place. And of course, I could not be talking about drama without Aiden Ross getting involved. I do not understand the need for him to be involved, but he still involves himself nonetheless. So whilst on stream, Aiden reacted to the clip and basically came to Peter.
Oh, he
I'm gonna just throw it
respect.
out. All you little Fortnite weirdos trying to cancel him, that it's whack. Kid was like 15 at the time, bro. I'm not saying what he did was right, but he's a kid. Okay? I'm not defending everything he said in that clip. I'm not saying what he said was right or funny, but I'm just saying, have some slack. It's a kid, dude.
You know, basically calling the Fortnite weirdos who were trying to cancel him whack. And one point that Aiden makes as well is when he was saying all these slurs, he was like literally 16 years old. And then Aiden tries to claim that he was like 15 years old, but even in Peter Butt's apology statement, he says he was 16. So I'm not sure what he was trying to do there to try and save him. Now, in my opinion, as a white person, I can definitely speak on these things. But you know, in a sense that him saying like edgy, bad when he was like 16, you know, I don't really think that's something that he should have his career ruined over, especially if he apologized. It's just really obvious that Aiden is trying to interject himself because it was like a big thing that he could probably bank notoriety off. Also, Aiden has this really bizarre cope that he wasn't using it in a hateful context. Like he wasn't on the street yelling racial slurs at a black guy.
He wasn't saying it in an intent of damaging or saying it in an ignorant way. He was saying it because he wasn't supposed to say it.
I mean, I guess that lessens the blow a bit. Okay, sure, Aiden. And of course, like most drama that happens on the internet, Aiden Ross begins throwing other people into the mix. Basically, Aiden starts to name a bunch of streamers who a lot of his chat probably look up to, but they've also kind of said the N-word.
Name streamers. I'll tell you if they said it. Name every streamer, I will say yes.
Yeah.
I don't care if they like me or don't like me. Clicks.
Yep.
100% has said it before.
People use foul language, yep.
Ron, yes. They all, Nick, yes. Guys, there's clips of every streamer saying, like, come on.
Like, for example, Clink, Stable Ronaldo, and some guy called Nick. I'm not sure if he means Nick A30, because that would be absolutely hilarious, because he's probably one of the most family-friendly Fortnite accounts out there. Whoa, stop swearing, dude. If you haven't seen Nick A30's content, I've only really seen him from basically trying to create these scenes with a bunch of kids, where he's like the protagonist beating the bad guy, and then he ends up basically banning people if you don't play by the rules. And then he basically starts banning people if you don't adhere to his script.
Oh, wait! Guys, holy, you're getting banned, that's it, okay? Make a TikTok out of this, make a TikTok out of this. You're banned, good job.
And of course, what always happens with internet drama, when one person calls you out for something, a bunch of other people come out the woodwork as well. So there were other clips that started to resurface. Like, for example, this one streamer called Arky, who starts watching Peterbot while they're both live. And then he finds out he's been banned from Peterbot's chat, and the reason being monkey, and he's black. You genuinely need some reading comprehension if you can't make the connection there.
What? What the is this?
And then it starts to reach the point where clips get released and they don't even have any kind of context. But if the hate train is so much, people don't even care. Like this one clip surfaced of Peter Bart basically saying that Rad is a great guy. We don't know who Rad is, we don't understand. And then one guy basically pipes up and says, you didn't say he's a great guy. Great guy doesn't start with N.
You remember what you were saying to Rad? What word you were calling him?
Okay, bro. I was calling him a great guy, bro. We all know Rad is a great person. Down. Right, Josh?
Bro, you won't call him Rad the great guy. Great guy don't start with N.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I still don't know what you're talking
Nice
about.
guy, right? Yeah, clearly.
No one actually seems to know who recorded this, but a lot of people seem to think that Agent himself recorded it. But then as well, if you go onto Rad's channel, his channel is Agent Rad, you can see that there's a lot of content pretty much like collabing or glazing Peterbot, so you can see that they're like connected. Now this is where we get into the meat of the bones, the reason for the title, because a lot of people seem to speculate that the apology that Peterbot put out was actually completely AI. So they were focusing on the way like his hand moved when the camera zoomed out. Now the video is real, but this could be like, you know, I don't know, some kind of YouTuber meta. You know, if a clip resurfaces of like an old YouTuber, what's the excuse? Oh, it's AI. It's AI to make me look bad. No, you don't understand. Now, Peterbot did actually come out with an apology. A video was surfaced showing me using a racial slur while at the agent house. This incident took place when I was 16 years old. At the time, I was in an environment where I was heavily influenced by others and was asked to say it. That does not excuse my words, but it's important context for understanding the circumstances. I recognize now how deeply wrong and
no
hurtful
context,
that
no
language is.
circumstance.
I take full responsibility for saying it.
I'm sure you do.
My age or the pressures I felt in that moment.
I don't
want
care.
to sincerely apologize to the communities affected. And
No,
to anyone
you
who's
use
been hurt
words
by
like
my
that
words.
all the
I'm committed to
time. I'm
continuing
sure
to
you
learn,
do.
Grow and ensure that my actions moving forward.
I've never been caught doing
reflect
that.
Respect and understanding. Now, to be devil's advocate for a second,
I get caught using the F word all the
people that you hang
time.
around with do influence you a lot.
But when I
Definitely.
use
I mean,
that
a
word,
great
I'm referring
example
to
that
straight
I can personally
men.
think of is the Sidemen, the UK YouTuber group. They're basically the biggest group in the UK. I remember at one point when KSI said a slur towards another creator in the group, Vicstar, and then they did this apology video where he just looks like he's got like a Breaking Bad laser pen pointed at his head. But you can really tell in that group, they all just like make fun of each other in private and nothing is off limits, even if it literally is just like racist. But then obviously if you keep making those jokes in private, the verbiage leaks out into the video and then it's like, oh, now it's like, now the audience knows. It's left the boys group chat. Now, me saying people could be influenced by others, I know this sounds like a massive cope of like the boys
It's
group
okay
chat,
to say the
but, like,
N-word if you're
when
with your
he
bros
says
and there's
the
no
F word in the
cameras
video, you can
or
see
whatever.
no one bats an eye, no
Fucking
one
so
cares,
dumb.
it's just a regular occurrence in the house. But then when he says the N-word, you can see him like kind of darting around quickly.
It's okay with when you're with other white guys and there's
like
no
some
black
kind of
guys
reaction
around or
validation,
whatever.
and no
So
one
dumb.
actually seems to be angry at him or freaking out. Almost like it's a little bit normalized in the house. You can actually hear them laughing in the background and saying to delete the video.
Oh, delete it.
Now, obviously, that doesn't excuse it at all. But again, like, if it's normalized in an environment, you're unfortunately going to be tricked into thinking certain words are normal to say. Now, I know what I'm saying sounds like pure coke, but this was actually backed up by another creator called Centered, who actually responded to Peterbot's apology, basically saying that whilst they were both there,
Oh, yeah, I agree with the
he was
NPC and I'm
influence
going to
on him.
bleed
And
to
although
death.
Centered never explicitly asked him to say it, he never actually called him out on it. But then Centered went on to further state that this actually wasn't a regular thing for Peterbot to say. Now, in one of the funniest turns of events, it seems that Peterbot didn't actually even write the apology himself. Now, there was a stream with creators Jason, Lacey, and Marlon, and they were all, you know, sitting around talking about the Peterbot situation when his apology actually dropped. And one of them got the idea to run his apology statement through an AI checker, and it turns out that his apology was 100% generated by AI.
Yeah, I checked the apology.
No.
Do it.
AI,
actually kidding.
AI plagiarism checker.
No.
Detect text.
No.
Yo, how stupid can you get,
Bro,
bro?
that's actually bad. That
Bro,
makes it so much worse.
my
Oh god, that makes it so much worse, bro.
Bro, he's full boxing.
So he used AI. How is it
Now, I'm
bad?
not sure whether this was like a fluke in the program or if it's actually real, but if it is, this is unbelievable levels of idiocracy to pull a stunt like this. Your career could very much possibly be on the line, and instead of taking the time to formulate a response, you just run it through ChatGPT.
I mean,
again,
he
if
doesn't
you're
have any
gonna
money,
make a
right?
statement or an
So-
apology, you want to be concise. You want to also be very, very sincere. Like, you know, throwing a prompt up at ChatGPT is probably one of the worst ways to destroy your credibility as fast as possible. Now, usually what happens after this, the brands start to drop you. But at the time of recording, Fortnite or Falcon Esports, they actually haven't made any kind of official statement regarding the clip of Peterbot. Falcon Esports being the team that Peterbot actually plays for. I think my takeaway from this is he was young when he did this. So, you know, and a lot of people, I feel, when they're younger, they can be incredibly edgy. They can say really stupid things that they regret. I know I'm incredibly guilty of that. You know, that there are clips of me online saying, like, you know, just slurs and stuff like that, and it's embarrassing. It genuinely is really embarrassing. But, you know, I'm not going to try and cleanse that off the internet, take the videos down. that, leave them up. Like, use it as a testament to show that you've had actually, you know, some kind of character development. Because I feel like if you've got an edgy past, right, especially when you're younger, you've got 3 choices. I've always thought about this. You've got 3 choices. The first choice is to double down and become even more edgy, like within boundaries though. You still want to get YouTube ads, right? The second choice is to realize what you did, cringe, very cringe, and then actually learn and grow from that. And then the third choice is, because you kind of hate yourself so much, is to overcorrect when you were an edgelord and then go around policing everyone else. I've always thought that that is the 3 main roads that people go down. I mean, I'm not going to excuse what he said when he was younger, but again, like, there are compilations of me saying like similar things. But again, I didn't want to make the video to, you know, be like the kind of moral police about stuff like this. I just thought it was really funny because the internet's reaction to it was just so unserious, especially the fact that it's like they recreated it in Fortnite, because of course they did, and the entire apology could possibly be AI. Oh, I love the internet. I love the internet.
Hello guys and gals, me Mudahar, and I want to start this video off with a simple question. Do you dislike people that harm children? Okay, I don't want to get a massive dissertation in the comment section below. It's a simple yes or no question, okay? Now I'm going to predict that 99.9% of the responses will probably be yeah, and I'm sure there's probably going to be some no's, and if you're going to be one of those no's, then I honestly really don't want to know. Now, I think that Roblox is actually protecting predators, okay? I personally believe that Roblox is at this junction where they're doing everything that they can to just not try and stop at people. Now, about a month ago, I looked at, a situation regarding a controversial creator on Roblox, Teddy, for instance. Everybody called him out, content creators, developers, tons of people, and it took literally all of the teeth being pulled out of Roblox's mouth for them to even
BRB, I'm gonna start lunch.
or react to a situation that they should have done within like 5 minutes if they had any foresight of like public relationships. Now, of course, one of the things about Roblox is even back in like 2024, Bloomberg did an actual investigation, and they were saying that since 2018, police in the United States have arrested at least 24 people accused of abducting or abusing victims they met or groomed using Roblox. Now, Roblox is a very popular online game. A lot of it is powered by UGC. I don't have to explain it necessarily to you. You can go there, make an account, connect to a ton of video games that people create and upload, games that make tons of money, games that allow you to interact with children and adults alike, and games that, ultimately have a lot of bad people infested into them. And there's a whole side of games called condos where people go into these condominium projects inside the game and decide to have like okay, it's a really gross situation. Now the reason I'm talking about this video today is one YouTube channel, Schlep for instance, for anybody that doesn't know, has pretty much made a massive career on trying to stop Discord predators. So for instance, his entire thing is finding some of the most disgusting people on the internet, on Roblox, basically, you know, doing this whole, you know, predator sting where they basically get chat logs from these users. And then, of course, ultimately, at the end, once these users are trying to groom the decoy that Schlep has placed, Schlep will work with creators like Gideon. And Gideon will find these people in reality. Now, the reason I can show you this footage, and it being available on YouTube, is due to the fact that at some point, law enforcement agencies are present. In fact, this kid is sitting in the back of a squad car. You can visibly see, you know, Gideon interfacing with this guy. You can visibly also see law enforcement agencies in this video. And that's the important part. They work with cops. I'm not even saying, the reason I'm showing you this is Schlep is working with law enforcement agencies. This ain't like the other predator hunters that I actually despise on the platform. I talked about this probably like a year ago, but there's a lot of people that hunt predators on the internet, and usually for them it involves a lot of physical violence, which I fucking hate, because obviously people are like, I love seeing a predator get their ass beat. You know what I hate the most is when you do a physical assault on somebody and you don't follow the rules of the law. You know, you actually ruin cases. What happens is that predator can probably get away with whatever crime that they allegedly were committing just because you decided for YouTube clicks that you were gonna fucking beat the shit out of somebody on camera, and now they've got an assault charge to go on you. They can basically walk away from a pretty heinous crime scot-free. So this is a situation where law enforcement is involved, Schlep is involved, Gideon is involved, the investigators are involved, but Roblox chooses not to. I actually reached out to Schlep to ask him if Roblox ever communicated with him since his videos started to get any form of popularity. They have never attempted to work with me. I actually made it super clear in my videos I'd be willing to handle a lot of stuff privately if they gave me a line. Well, they did in fact give him a line. They gave him a full legal cease and desist, which is why I think Roblox is actually more interested in protecting the predators. Remember, this guy worked with law enforcement. This guy worked to stop really bad behavior on the site because he's actually quite passionate about Roblox. This wasn't somebody that just started their channel a year ago and was uploading Roblox predator stings. It's just a shame that he's turned, you know, hunting disgusting people on one platform into basically a career. Something that shouldn't happen. Roblox should be taking care of their site, but they don't. So for instance, this cease and desist right here, which we'll read, we write on behalf of Roblox Corporation, so obviously they're lawyers. This letter serves as a formal cease and desist notice regarding your unauthorized and harmful activities on the Roblox platform. Your actions are a violation of Roblox's policies and directly undermine Roblox's safety efforts. So the actual points they listed were engaging in simulated child endangerment conversations. So I assume for his videos, for the artistic flair, having, you know, some, you know, conversations being done between each other in a simulated fashion. I guess that's not okay, all right? So whatever. Maybe we'll stick to After Effects and just like adding in chat logs. Sharing or soliciting personally identifiable information. So obviously you would need to share some PII with a with a sting target, if you will, right? Like to get them to come to a public location, I would imagine, or to understand what their name is even. Directing users to move conversations off platform. And this is really important, right? You know, a lot of the grooming that happens on Roblox, and I've talked about this before, it starts on Roblox, but it very quickly shifts to Discord. You know, and it's not uncommon. There's other platforms, even right here on YouTube, you'll find disgusting comment bots that move their conversations off to Discord. Now, one thing that I have no understanding of here is, you know, I don't know why, if this is so provable, we'll actually find out later through a court case that I'll read, if Discord, if this is a verifiable connection, why can't Roblox work with Discord? I'm sure that they do, but this kind of happens to an insane degree.
Got a lot of gold really fast.
There needs to be some quicker action between these two platforms, especially considering how proven it is to work. Roblox is committed to aggressively combating illegal and harmful content, including
Gotta stir my
child
lunch. I'll be right
exploitation.
back.
So then they mix like this whole boilerplate of them working with the NCMEC and the fucking FBI. Like, obviously we expect you to, right? It's not like they're gonna say, yeah, we don't even talk to the cops. We just let that shit happen like no tomorrow. So while Roblox acknowledges that your stated intentions may be to protect children, maybe, the guy's gotten fucking arrested. What are you talking about? And while it recognizes the serious nature of online predatory behavior, your methods, including failing to immediately report suspicious activity to Roblox through proper channels, well, like the report button, yeah, man, I'm sure that did wonders, didn't it? Are actively interfering with Roblox's established safety protocols and critically are exposing Roblox users to increased risk. Accordingly, and pursuant to Roblox's policies, Roblox will be closing your account, so he's not necessarily allowed to make new accounts. He's completely blocked off of Roblox. Okay, he's gone. It's fucking Jover at this point. And I don't even doubt that with me going hard on Roblox, they'd probably give the same ban to me if they wanted to. Now, some of the rules that he broke actually blew my mind too. Roblox has implemented some new features into their actual, like, how Roblox partners with law enforcement. Now, one of the things that they talked about were vigilante groups. Law enforcement professionals are best positioned to investigate potential crimes. Unfortunately, there are cases of vigilante groups or individuals violating our policies to entrap users and otherwise self-police the platform. While these groups may appear to have the public's interests at heart, they are in fact acting in ways that could be harmful to children, both on or off our platform. For example, their efforts may leave bad actors on the platform longer simply to create more sensationalized social media content. Actions taken by vigilante groups increase the risk of more users being exposed to bad actors and can delay enforcement efforts by both Roblox and law enforcement. So their idea is, obviously there are channels that are getting a shit ton of views, 913,000 views on the video I just showed you. That is obviously not good for them, okay? It doesn't look good. In fact, it's funny that when you look up Roblox in the news cycle right now, you'll only see Roblox doing good, like rolling out this AI system to protect kids in chat rooms, but you'll never see this controversy, even though it's absolutely trending quite seriously within the Roblox community. The only thing that brings up a lot of this spooky shit is actually Hindenburg research that we saw on October 9, 2024. So aside from all of that, it's just good, and it's just good. It's just good publicity. They're just talking about Roblox growing as a business. Now, when I asked Schlepp about the process in regards to tracking these people down and seeing just how close it is to working with law enforcement, this is kind of what was said. So typically they tell these predators we're an hour or two away from them so that we can get them in a county that will prosecute them the best. Because, again, the way the law works is you kind of have different county laws, and you have to basically work with the best DAs. You have to work with the best legal system when it comes to prosecuting individuals like this. Not all legal systems, especially in the United States, are the same. So they show up to the location, depending on if we've worked in the area before, we'll either call before or during the catch. And then the cops show up. We'll show them all the chat logs, gameplay, and audio, and they have probable cause to arrest them. And according to him, only 1 out of the 7 predator confrontations have not resulted in an arrest. And that pretty much boils down to, like I said, that justice system not always being great. That case in particular, the predator sent nudes, which is a crime that you can get arrests typically on that alone. So he works with organizations like EDP Watch and Predator Poachers. Multiple of our cases
EDP Watch?
Right now.
Oh my
Here's an
God.
actual statement from law enforcement regarding one of our arrests, where they say they're glad when civilians present them with stuff like this.
All the criminals went
according to the
online.
Hanford
It's
Police
disgusting.
Department, they are always grateful for information from the public that leads to an arrest, especially involving serious crimes of this nature. So again, even law enforcement agencies can appreciate the fact that this stuff happens, especially on an ever-evolving internet climate. The thing about what's happening with Roblox, and one of the reasons why I think that they actually don't really care about children, and, you know, because ultimately all of these actions and targeting an individual that has arguably done more, I would say, to raise awareness to a pretty serious issue on your platform than even opposed to the paid moderators, it seems, right? You know, Roblox is the kind of organization where, like, a few weeks ago, they were talking about, or at least the CEO was talking about how they were going to bring dating into Roblox. The CEO of the company, David Baszucki, actually went on a podcast and said, I think a lot of people are too afraid to go on a real-life date. Might find it easier to have a virtual date to start, and then if they connect, maybe move it to the physical world. You know, I think David Baszucki doesn't realize that the average Roblox user is still wiping embryonic fluid off of their fucking body. What do you mean introduce dating to a platform that is primarily targeted towards children? Seriously, find me an actual adult that isn't making a bag playing Roblox. I guarantee you it's not a lot, okay? There's probably adults playing the game. There's probably healthy adults playing the game. There's also probably adults playing the game so they can find some underage children. It's mostly a platform for the children, okay? It's a game that appeals to kids. What do you mean bring dating into a story? Now don't worry, he also said that the platform is for users who are 21 and older and ID verified. Now the thing about it is, obviously the CEO, I think, for this company needs to be changed, okay? I think the CEO is probably the biggest problem. There's the simplest fix that I think could apply to this, where, and again, this might destroy the metrics for, you know, Roblox, which is, you know, how they bill to advertisers and investors for money. But if you're going to have a platform where there's intermixing of minors and adults, maybe it's more ideal that if you have an account that is not ID verified or facial verified or verified to be an adult, and I think the most effective way probably is through like a credit card purchase or something of that nature. Again, age verification is a tricky minefield to go down, and I'm not prepared to answer a definitive, you know, question for that. But I would say if you're a child account that is not verified, you probably should not be playing with verified adult accounts, right? You probably should also never have access to chat features. You probably should never even have access to emoting other people. You probably should be completely devoid of any social ability on Roblox. Because generally speaking, if, you know, we're going by how this stuff works, it starts with Roblox, moves very quickly to Discord, and once people get to the Discord cloud, things completely just
my lunch. I'll be right back.
Overnight. Now the thing is, that to me seems like a pretty relatively easy fix, or at least something they could implement right now. But they don't. They really will not do it. They have not done it for years. And they've done it, you know, they have not done it to the point where they are getting sued by actual minors now. So according to this lawsuit, John Doe, a next friend of minor plaintiff Jane Doe, brings this action against Roblox and Discord. So again, it's a verifiable connection. So they want to talk about damages that they received because, again, they want to hold Roblox and Discord accountable
Kung Pao chicken for lunch.
Deceptively operating businesses in a way that led to exploitation
a Razorback.
of these plaintiffs. The heinous acts against the plaintiff were committed by a dangerous predator whose actions were possible only because of egregiously tortious conduct of the defendants, meaning that they weren't doing enough to stop this behavior. So through their pervasive patterns of misrepresentation about safety, defendants portray their apps as safe and appropriate places for children to play. In reality, the defendants well know the design of their apps makes children easy prey, and defendants had no appropriate safeguards to ensure that children were in fact safe, or that, you know, predators were screened. There are steps the defendants could have
The other
taken
big ram,
to
which is
children
good. I don't want
to
the
make their apps
damage.
safer, but time and time again, defendants have refused to invest in basic safety features to protect against exactly the kind of exploitation that plaintiffs have suffered. And Roblox isn't small potatoes. It's one of the largest gaming companies out there in the world right now. The fact that people can defend them and say, oh, how are they supposed to, bro, they're one of the biggest companies. They can easily find a way. You know, this is a situation that I'm sure is not new to others.
I was like, who drew Steel? Oh.
Probably rumors on Fortnite. I'm sure there's
Whoa.
probably rumors on other UGC-style games. But it's really the Roblox where we hear about it the most. So they mentioned that until
maybe I'll just go home.
Roblox configured its apps to default to settings that allowed adults to easily communicate with children. Adult strangers could friend and chat with a child of any age via direct message. Further, even without being friends, adults could also chat with a child of any age within a Roblox experience through DMs. So now, under Roblox's default settings, adults cannot directly message children under 13. But Roblox still does nothing to prevent children this young from creating accounts with fake 13-plus birthdays. giving them full access to Roblox's direct messaging options. Because obviously, I'm sure, like, all of us, my age specifically, anytime we signed up for a website, I'm sure we always entered a fake birthday to make us look 80 years old so we could bypass any age gate.
Yep.
But obviously, I'm not saying that Roblox, you can't give some leeway, but Roblox, being one of the big companies, should find a way to verify these children are actually children. Or again, restrict these social services to the point where verification might be required. Like, yeah, you can play the game, but you just can't communicate to other players until you've actually verified yourself. I think that's kind of a fair compromise, right? Look, I'll let you read that lawsuit for yourself. It's a pretty lengthy read, but it does go into a lot of issues that Roblox has had and still has to this day. But obviously, when entire countries like Turkey, for instance, are blocking Roblox just for possible abuse situations, that's something that needs to really be addressed. It's wild when entire countries are getting involved onto the circuit, and I really think it's a matter of time before the US government starts to really look into this. Now look, do I think that Roblox is out there protecting the predators? Honestly, with the actions they've taken against Schlep, I think that Roblox doesn't actually give a shit about the children. I'm not going to say that Roblox is like, the fucking little St. James Island of the digital space. I'm not going to say that Dave Bazooki is out there being the fucking, most illicit, compromised individual. I just think that they literally do not care about these children. They don't care about what happens to them. As long as the bottom line remains unaffected, as long as they become the next big metaverse platform, I really don't think they give a shit about these children. And I think that's a shame too. I really think, if you're a parent, and you don't have to be a parent to be, a little bit outraged by this. I'm sure a lot of you guys have a younger brother, a younger sister, someone in your family, someone in your circle that you really care about, right? I think everybody, most people care about, children in some capacity. And ultimately, you don't have to be a parent to really realize
Nice, he dropped
that,
the gold.
This is a game that you should probably keep your kids.
Oh, I gotta stop. My lunch is probably done. I'll be right back.
With incredibly unsavory, dangerous individuals on the internet. Look, I could understand one thing if, maybe Schlep was proven to, take these,
Okay, sorry about that. There we
and just
go.
make the platform look worse than it actually is. But the fact that he's actually hunting these people down through the use of law enforcement and other content creators and actually getting what appears to be arrests and hopefully down the road verifiable convictions is a much different story. He's doing more effort than I see the Roblox team doing. And for him to get completely punished and threatened with legal action is just shocking to see. Ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Mudahar, and if you like the stuff, please like, comment, and subscribe, just like it I. This is a Microsoft 2003 Word document. Oh my God, is that Clippy? Ladies and gentlemen, this is Windows XP, and that is one of Microsoft Office's greatest virtual assistants. Now, over the last day, I've basically seen my comment section flooded with Clippies. And a lot of that actually has to do with Lewis Ross. He made a pretty good video where, again, it kind of really inspired me to sort of talk about this, because it's been something that I've been yelling into the heavens for years now, okay? I'm not going to sit here and blackpill you and say the world is just dark and depressing in a lot of ways. It is, but there's ways for you to take back a little bit of control in your life. Now, why are we talking about Clippy, aside from it being, a little cute Microsoft product? Well, because Clippy, no matter how you want to cut it, just likes to help. Now, you can animate Clippy, make him do a lot of scientific thinking, and some people may not know this, but there's different types of Clippies, okay? You've got Clippy right here, or Clip It, and then, of course, you've got the dot. Of course, you've also got F1 for whatever reason. You would enable
the dot's
this,
all weird.
the Office logo, and of course, you've even got some magicians and Mother Nature. Now, to give you an idea, Clippy is important because it's one of the first eras of actual artificial intelligence. Nowadays, you've got things like Microsoft Copilot, you've got ChatGPT, Grok, Perplexity, Claude, every single type of AI assistant. But if you wanted to just talk to Clippy, all you could do is say, hey, Clippy, help me write a memo, for instance. And Clippy would be nice enough to just give you a couple of these options on the side. Clippy would not be reading through your information. Clippy would not be sending your information to Microsoft servers so they could make their AIs better off of your personal information. So you could just ask Clippy, yeah, I want to make a memo, and it would just guide you through. It'd be like, file, new, and then of course you would just do what? In new documents, templates on my computer, and of course memo, pick any one of these. Let's go with the professional one, and boom. Clippy helped me out.
It's gonna be funny,
now,
isn't it?
It was easy to rip on Clippy back in the day, but of course it wasn't just that, okay? I think Clippy was a harmless character. And granted, he didn't really do much to help at the end of the day, you know, not compared to his other friend, Bonzi Buddy. And you know, Bonzi Buddy was a pretty nice fella too. You know, you could right-click on him, you could ask him, hey, tell me a joke.
Anything for you, Polly. Why can't you play jokes on snakes? Because you can never pull your legs. I even amused myself with that one.
Damn, he got the whole jungle laughing with that one. But of course, with all these characters, you could basically just have all of these little goofy, you know, 90s or, you know, early 2000 AIs just basically act the way that they did without interfering with your personal life.
Some of the information that I need to check your email for you is missing. Please make sure you enter your mail server, username, and password on my email options screen.
Kung Pao chicken.
Anyways, talking about like what Lewis was.
Nasty ceremonies have ruined many a picnic.
Okay, hold on a minute. All right, buddy, we're gonna have to.
Well, by the moonlight I've all passed away. Beautiful dreamer, queen of my
Shut the dude, I forgot why that was considered malware. Jesus Christ, what a genuinely uninteresting piece of software. My God, it felt like an actual hemorrhoid in my ass. But you know, one of the things that I kind of wanted to talk about is obviously with a lot of tech companies these days, things have really dramatically changed. You know, one of the things that people really don't talk about, but I want to bring up, was back in 2012, one of the most disgusting things that happened over on Facebook. Now, obviously, we all know the history of Facebook. One day a DARPA project happens, and on the same day, Facebook is born, okay? No weird, shady coincidence there. But one of the things about Facebook is it's one of the biggest social media networks that everybody has kind of used, right? Like all of us have probably played around with Facebook at some point. But I don't use Facebook. In fact, I really don't use much social media. Like unless that social media does me a benefit, like maybe pays me out or something, I might engage with it. But other than that, it's actually just a genuine waste of time. If I want to keep up with family and friends, I will literally just call them on my phone. Simple as that. I don't have a yearning to post about my life and share photos all over the internet, especially when it appears that those photographs may be used by these companies in shady ways. Back in 2012, Facebook had launched a actual experiment on users without telling them. So for 1 week, Facebook manipulated to the extent of which people, which apparently, you know, we're looking at 689,000, were exposed to emotional expressions in their news feeds to test whether exposure to emotions led people to change their own posting behavior. And of course, one in which exposure to friends' positive emotional content in their newsfeed was reduced, and one to which exposure to negative emotional content was reduced. So basically, they were doing like emotional play on their user base. And what's ethically damning about this is when you're experimenting on somebody from a, you know, psychological perspective, you should be telling them what's happening. The fact that Facebook did this and realistically suffered no massive penalty from this is actually insane. Now, Lewis in his video talked about, you know, back in the day when he was younger, in the 90s, you know, Microsoft released, and they actually got into serious trouble with the United States Department of Justice in an antitrust case when it came to them bundling their internet browser and deliberately making it difficult for competing browsers to show up on Microsoft Windows. I mean, here's an actual footage of Bill Gates being literally grilled and trying to, like, you know, chess move his way out from the Department of Justice. Obviously, this was a huge issue back in the day. But I think if this happened right now, if this happened in today's day and age, it probably wouldn't be as big of an issue as it was back then. So one of the things that I found really disturbing in this story too, that Lewis kind of brought up, was I didn't know this until like today, but apparently even when it came to Facebook, this was an allegation. But one Facebook insider ended up blowing this lid where they said that apparently, so the social media company likewise tracked when teenage girls deleted selfies so it can serve a beauty ad to them right at that moment. So the most vulnerable a young girl feels about herself, that is when Facebook as a company allegedly decides that they're going to absolutely serve targeted advertisement to somebody. I mean, just to understand how much of a fucking Black Mirror episode the world we live in, if that turns out to be true, Facebook should absolutely be suffering some massive penalties. One of the things that I also didn't know, apparently, was a company known as Tato. Now, Tato, for anybody that doesn't know, produces thermometers. And you might be like, well, Muda, how does a thermometer company get in a controversy? Well, according to people that purchased this actual thermometer, they would go to the actual thermometer services, and one day they would be greeted by this screen right here. So we would like to inform you of a change to their app, right? So imagine you buy like a smart bulb, smart thermometer. You know, I hate how everything these days has to be a service or an application. Because again, you know, generally speaking, if I'm going to a thermometer, I'm just changing my fucking, temperature. I'm literally using it for a purpose. If you lock behind the only thing that I use it for across a paywall, even if that paywall is a penny a month, I'm gonna be pissed. So there they asked the screen where they're like, hey, in order to give you the best, experience, they were facing server rental costs, data costs. To continue offering you innovative features and top-notch services, they're introducing a fee of €1 a month per household.
€1 a
so
month?
imagine you have to pay money for this. And people were like, oh shit, I need to use my fucking thermometer. They would put in their payment information, and they were just like, oh, wait, hold on, guys. It was just a marketing test. We were just trying to see if you were dumb enough to actually fucking pay us money to use a thermometer app. But now that we know you actually are dumb enough, maybe we might consider it. I mean, like any normal person would say, if somebody is testing you, if somebody is running psychological experiments, whether they be Facebook or a fucking thermometer company, you should stay far, far and away from them, right? And then one of the craziest things about this too, and one of the reasons why like Clippy was really brought into it is, like the world we live in where artificial intelligence is such a popular thing, it's such a huge thing. Everything is using AI these days. You may not know about it, but obviously even features like Windows Recall, which obviously was panned when it came out, is still here. And according to some researchers, it's still actually gathering some pretty sensitive stuff on your system, whether it's credit card
like games that function
or
as intended,
passwords,
only a
even by
fraction of
mistake.
the
Stuff that gets saved if you choose to enable recall, and stuff that could potentially be exploited by a hacker. Not something you ever want, ever. Now, obviously, a lot of these features are powered by artificial intelligences, and sometimes they're run locally on your system, which is cool, but a lot of times, depending on how impressive the feature is, all your information gets pulled into these AI services. So for Microsoft, it would be Copilot.
To explain it to somebody now feels so much more tame
and so on
than
for
it
whatever
did
service.
like in 2000.
And generally speaking, every time you send an image to any of these services, like ChatGPT, Grok, whatever, every time you send a little snippet of your personal life, a little bit of your voice, all you're doing is sending your personal information to help train these services. And maybe you might get something back in return, but in many cases, some of these services aren't even entirely free. You're actually paying money monthly just to basically offload your personal information and train these big models. Also when it comes out to other things like even Adobe, if somebody is editing their content, like I edit my videos, you probably use Adobe Premiere. And Adobe has been panned pretty heavily for forcing its artificial intelligence onto the user base, and also looking into people's personal private feeds, personal private content, and potentially using that to train their own shit. One of the things that I really do dislike about the world that we live in is how much everything is now a subscription service, right? Forget about just the video game side of it. All these AI companies, are basically charging people exorbitant fees. Every single media streaming service, obviously they're going to be charging a fee, but it seems like they want to keep pushing in more ads, removing more content, and basically making us pay more fees for actually less stuff over time. We're getting to a point where companies feel brave enough to be, thinking that, hey, if you're going to be using any of our features, if you're going to be using basic features that, should not be locked behind internet paywalls or just paywalls in general, maybe we were to try out seeing if people are willing to pay us even $1 a month just to have access to things they would have basically been taking for granted 10 years ago at this point. That's
time. Do you like games with a small but loyal community? How about a game whose mentioned small and loyal community is almost entirely negative IQ, mentally stunted megalomaniacs? If you answered yes to that last question, what the fuck Mortal Online 2 is a hardcore sandbox MMORPG with full loot, always-on PvP, territory control, classless character building, an expansive crafting system, and much more.
Thank you, Deep Cheek Dweller. This is 100 sub guy. I've got more subs than him, which makes me feel good. 100 sub guy.
Knave is quite expansive. So join me on this fresh journey.
Wants to be a Mortal streamer.
New character in quite a while, and get started where every new player does, on Haven. This is the beginning of our Mortal Online 2 Zero to Hero. What's up, guys? Welcome to something of a Mortal Online 2 Zero to Hero, if you will. It's just going to kind of be a new character playthrough. I've got 3 accounts and 5 characters, and decided I wanted a new footy, which is slang for foot fighter, for anyone who doesn't know Mortal. And I made the character, played about 10 minutes into Haven, just speed running through it, and out of nowhere I was like, maybe I'll make like a little playthrough video, so that's what we're gonna do. So, somehow, I actually snagged the character name Nope, which is pretty
Toyota
dope.
Tundra.
We're gonna delete him and start over. If this name gets sniped in the next 2 minutes, I am going to lose my shit. So we're gonna go with a custom build here. For anyone who's new to Mortal, your build matters. From character creation, the moment you start creating your character, it matters. So we're gonna be a male, Thursar, and we're gonna go Callard. Callard hits the hardest, is the tallest, the biggest, stupidest meathead Thursar you can make. Front line 5, alright? We're gonna make sure we're all Callard on the right side. Fun fact about the lore, the left side is not possible to change. Thursars exist in Mortal because Rysars essentially did an adult hug against human women's will, and Thursars are the crossbred result of humans and Rysars mating. So you can only choose from the human clades on the right. So anyways, we're Rysar and Callard.
Odd.
Now, this is where things really start to matter. Your age means a lot. So if you look here on the left, pay attention to the statistics on the left. I'm just realizing now you can't see my cursor. Let me see if I can fix that. You see it now? Perfect. Pay attention to these statistics on the left. As I go up and down in age, see how they're changing? Right? Your age determines your maximum and minimum for all of these attributes, right? Now, the meta, the builds in this game are extremely solved. The meta is 30 for a Thursar. If you're going a human, it's usually 30. There's reason to go higher on like a Thursar or human for mages if you need to. Velas are 31. Now you'll notice when I go to 31, some stuff changes here in a negative way. However, Velas have the ability to have a passive that undoes negative effects due to age. So being 31 is actually beneficial to them. We are going to go max height, as high as we can. And the rest doesn't matter because you can change this at will, so we're going to just dump it into dexterity to get a little extra running speed when we get into Haven. Alright, let's go ahead and... Oh, the next important thing is your weight. See, we got a big boy, skinny boy here. You'll notice again that the attributes change as weight changes, which is kind of cool. So for this build, we're going stout. Back in the day, it used to be beneficial to be the highest percentage of your weight. Now it doesn't matter. In fact, I think it's even better to be lower because your kg is lower for horses. Sometimes it bugs out though, and like if I go at 110, it'll put me fit until I eat food. So I'm just gonna go to 12 to be safe. Everything else is just cosmetic. Let's see here. I'm just gonna. All right, that's everything. Now the name. Nope. This is a fucking dime of a name. I cannot believe I sniped this name.
Why do you like that name?
Created. All right, let's enter Haven for the first time, guys. Let's get to it. So we're going to start the tutorial here. First thing we're going to do is go to the target dummies, training dummies, whatever. It's going to teach us about combat. Look at this guy go. Carry Leon. Look at him go. All right, so we're going to hit the training dummy 3 times. I'm just going to spam overheads. Bing, bing, bing. It wants us to charge. We got to hit the dummy with all the attacks. And we're done. Okay, block up, down, left, right. Beautiful. Let's go to the combat tutor and go smack him around a little bit. What do you guys think? Yeah, that's right. Go fuck yourself. All right, on to the graveyard. All right.
This guy's overly
Right,
aggressive for how nerdy he is, and I don't like that. I am too, but the difference is I've been a heroin dealer. I've had people point guns at me. I've been in the fucking ghetto and shit and scrabble my way up like Bane in the fucking prison and shit like this. And I like it. Like, it's a bit different. When I sound hard, it's earned. When this shitty nerd sounds fucking hard, it sounds just rough. You're not tough. You just sound rough. You don't have the kind of life where you just sound that aggressive and rough. You don't have that kind of life. I know you don't. You sound like you work some kind of desk job. I mean, I'm sorry, but you know, whatever. Like, I think I can sound hard because I've been hard. You understand, motherfucker? I've been hard for a long time. You're a shitty nerd. I can hear it in your fucking voice. You're scared of everything. Acting all hard and aggressive like this is weird. It's just weird out of people like you.
I like to do another thing.
You're the most sheltered and protected of the whole world's community. And for you to sound all hard like this or whatever, try to act all aggressive and fast and hard, it's weird when it comes out of me. But I mean, I explain why. These guys, they're not hard.
These
guys got eaten alive in high school. I guarantee it.
All of it is preference, and this is a lot of shit. We're gonna go over this in another episode. I like to put resting on control too. And then I like Alt 1, 2, 3 to be pet, follow, stay, bag in that order. Look at these people here in the tutorial. The game is still alive. All right, so we're going to learn about riposting here. Let's aggro one of these. Now, all animations have a corresponding direction, right? So this zombie is attacking me from above. So I'm going to block up, right? The zombie is now attacking me from the left. Cool. Now, whenever you parry something, you do not have to charge your attack to get full damage. I tapped the button, I just did full damage. Right? Just like that. See, that's a counter or a riposte. You catch a parry, this works in PvP as well.
Yeah, this Mortal guy's good. It's actually pretty good. Like one of the best I've seen. He's a lot more like legible. I understand what he's saying a lot better than a bunch of the Mortal streamers. At least he's American. Nice, no harassment, no problems or anything, I guess. So, a death on the hardcore server, and I haven't had a PvP death in a while, and I couldn't tell if it was stream snipe or what. I couldn't tell, and I don't care. I didn't say anything. I was just like surprised. I was like, wow, I had a death on the hardcore server. That's fine, you know. At least it's not a raid. I thought they were fixing to fucking raid me, and I was like, ah. Oh, I meant to go use my kit. I totally spaced it. Maybe I should carry a pair of flippers. Actually, I think I would rather loot Harbor anyways. Yeah, I don't think I want to loot. I'll park out there on Harbor where it's harder to get to me. Yeah. And I'll run in. Harbor's fine. If they've left me alone for 2 days, there's been no targeted hits, then I can probably play the wipe. If I've made it since if I made it from Thursday to Sunday without a raid, I can probably play the wipe and the game will get better for me again. A weird graphical problem here. Oh, there we go. It was loading, I guess. Yeah, it was like loading. Are you DLSS? You seem to be turning it off. No, and I want you on DLSS. Oh, if I turn on DLLA, okay. So, but I want max quality DLSS. This game sucks in terms of frames. These shadow settings might be rather fucking high. Let's drop it just to high. Yeah, and then we'll go through and we'll look at what it did. Yeah, that's good. Draw distance needs to be full, though. Pixel light count and stuff, I want that up. Yeah, turn the shadows and stuff down. Bump that, but that's about it. Image effects off, on. Depth of field, motion blur, bloat overlay, hurt flash. Yeah, we good. What's this? Oh yeah, playing a different game. Nice. Yeah, it's looking and running better in high, definitely. Desert was like like chonky on frames. So is jungle, all those trees. I mean, yeah, is that a good place to park? Not really. We could do better. I could do better. You know, I could park. One of the things I would like to do is I don't want anybody to be able to jump on the fucking ship. I want them to have to swim. So like parking this close to the dock is just not really advised, and I'd rather have a pair of flippers, you know. I'd rather, like, yeah, you need a pair of flippers if you're doing aquatic stuff like this. So, oh, and I also need food, and I don't have it. That's a really bad problem, actually. Oh, wait, yes I do. I have tiger meat, I think. I killed a tiger, and the guy ganked me before I got home, huh? God damn it, I didn't get that home. Son of a bitch. What do I do? I don't know. I don't know how to get food. I best just suicide, I guess. Yeah, and maybe I should take a weapon now. I mean, I can craft one. Oh, I'll take my kit. Yeah, I'll just take my kit. Okay. Nice, and there I don't have to make tools. Oh, I can eat. Yeah, nice. Yeah, that'll help. Nice. And it's no longer a problem. I guess I'll take the kit, because I don't care. Whatever. Every gun is precious. .243, I should do some training. I guess I need pistol bullets. Oh, that chainsaw. Although I don't know, I don't know if I ever want to produce those. I guess that's not really something I need. This metal could cook. Yeah, pistol bullet. Yes, there we go. And yeah, we'll take a pistol bullet and arrows. There's an arrow right there for some reason. Did I shoot one? Maybe I did. Oops. So, yeah, we need to train pistol bullets. Don't know what else. Maybe this hopper, I get. Oh, no, large battery. Yeah, large battery would be good. Maybe I just get gear out of the way, you know, early. That should be enough. Okay, again, research.
Well, bing, just like that. Alright, now I know the next step of the tutorial is to grab heads, so I'm going to go ahead and grab the 3 heads now, just to save some time. Zombies are easy, spam them down like 2-3 hits, parry, riposte, keep it going. Alright, we've got the 3 heads we need. Over here. Open the thing, buy something from the vendor. Let's grab 50 bandages, because those are going to be important to level our anatomy. And as a Thursar, we don't believe in self-defense, or we don't believe in blocking. We just attack through everything and heal later. Okay. Right-click an item to equip it. Very good tutorial. We're going to right-click the torch. Right-click the torch. Oh, look at that. Very cool. Put our sword back on. Let's go find some
Oh, look, I
pig
have
shell.
food. Yay.
Right now, what we're doing... Oh, another thing. Intelligence. Getting rid of that. No on it. Psych, we're gonna lock for now. We're gonna let strength, dex, and constitution build up to their maximums. All right.
He's good at this.
This is, by the way, this is not really like a tutorial. I'm
it
gonna
is.
Be casually just glossing over random shit that might be super important. This is just, it's not really a tutorial. I'm just mentioning it as we go, right? I've played this game for about 3,000 hours, which
3,000 hours, wow.
So, yeah. I just cut the pig in half. Holy dumb fuck. We're gonna loot the pig. We're gonna right click it and butcher it. We just turned a lot of pig into a little pig. Wonderful. Let's go to the hunter's camp. Alright, the ranger will sell you a spare bow and some arrows. Yeah, he will. Yeah, he fucking will. We're gonna sell everything to him. We're gonna take a bow, and let's just take 10 arrows. Okay. Gonna equip the arrows. You can have up to 50 arrows in your quiver at a time. And then we're also gonna equip the bow. Now, one thing we can do, which is cool, is we can hotkey weapons. So I put like 2 and 1. Like that, right? So now if I hit the 1 key, I switch to my sword. Hit the 2 key, switch to my bow, right? This also works while it's drawn. Like that. Very cool. Alright. Gonna shoot all 3 of these. Right in the tits. Aim a little higher. Right in the tits. Aim a little higher. Right in the tits. Gotta love it. Moving on. Oh, it does not want me to butcher this yet. I think it's going to teach me about the butchery table, if I'm not mistaken. That's what we were doing. Let's go to the ranger camp. And just as I suspected, it wants us to use the butcher table. So we're going to open that up, drop that carcass in there, and hold the butcher. Very nice. Very nice. All right. We're going to go to the cooking station. Just teaching us random shit. Like, we're just getting through it, okay? I'll probably do professions and skills, you know, later down the line, but this is mostly going to be a progression series. All right, let's go to the crafting tables. All right, so we're going to learn how to craft. So weapon crafting. Weapon crafting is all crafting in this game is super fucking awesome. It's very bare bones here because I don't have any skills, but you can read books that give you all sorts of recipes. There's different handles, heads for every single weapon type, different types of armor. You can make all types of weapons and armor out of different materials, whether it's metals, stones, woods, animal carapace, tons of stuff. It's really cool. Anyways, so we are going to make a sword here. This sword is going to be absolute dog shit. Okay. What's up, big dog?
A few moments later.
Got him. Good fight. Alright, anyways. What were we talking about? Right click an item, okay. There we go, we did it.
Should have shown the duel.
Alright, let's go get some malice fruit. Alright, book vendor. Fantastic. Let's go ahead and get this book. Crafting, this is exactly what I was talking about, by the way. The crafting books. So right now, crafting short blade heads. If I learn this, it will start to level me up in the short blade crafting skill. But I'm going to go ahead and take that out because I'm going to use other books later. So books are passive. They work when you're logged out as well, and they just tick until they reach a certain level in that skill, and then they disappear. So as you start a new character and as you go through your journey and you're working on your build, this is especially important with professions, non-combat profession stuff. Always pop a book before you log out. Let's go ahead and grab some granum. We're going to do everything with the torch because I don't want to burn durability on my starter sword. Now, mining is cool. Everything that you do in this game, profession-wise, gathering-wise, works in lores. So you see material lore here, and we've got all of these different types of lores. Animal materials, mammal skin, fur, leather, all the different types. In order to craft effectively with something, you need to know a high level of its crafting recipe. And then if you want to craft it out of a quality leather, you need a high quality leather lore. You gather lore by interacting with and gathering that material. For example, right now I just got petrology, igneous rock, granum lore, because I mined some granum. The systems in this game are exceedingly convoluted, esoteric, and poorly described. You know, if this series actually takes off and anybody cares, I'll do tutorials, like actual tutorials. Oh no, my weapon broke. I'll do actual tutorials if somebody wants. There's tons out there, but it's a very complex and esoteric game. That broke as well. Well, fuck me, dude. All right, I guess I'm burning my starter sword. All right, we got what we needed. We need to pick some niter, which is up here. Another bandy. Something I may not have explained already, and we'll break down skills a little bit later, as I said, but as you play, it's very much like RuneScape. You learn skills as you use them. For example, anatomy here is the higher level, up to 100 that you have, the more amount of health you recover when bandaging. So how do you level anatomy? Well, you could use a book like we touched on a minute ago, but also by using bandages, you level anatomy. Look here at the chat log. Applied bandage, you bandaged yourself for 14 HP. Anatomy has increased to 18. Anyways, let's pick up some niter, shall we?
Oh shit, the fuck? Oh.
This guy pick it all up. How many people are playing this fucking game right now, by the way? This is a dead game. Why are people in my tutorial zone? 1,000 people online. Holy dumb fuck.
Holy dumb fuck. You don't sound right. You're like cussing because you think it's hard.
On to the extraction Natterus. Gonna start learning about extraction. I don't really care about any of this. Maybe I'll do it later on, but we're gonna get through it, boys. We're gonna get through it. Let's find the taming tutor. Now taming is cool. This is a recent change. Back in the day, see here, domestication, animal care, taming, creature control, all of this. You needed to put points into this, taking out of your total points in order to tame horses. You needed 31 points to get any horse in the game, and higher to tame other animals. There's tons of tameable animals in the game. They made a fantastic change where horses require 0 taming. How great is that? Because everybody needs a horse, right? You want to spec into taming, you can get all the fancy shit, but you need a horse.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Don't worry about it. You're covered. Beautiful. P opens the pets menu. You can do things like abandon it, rename it, or transfer it to
there's
another
horses
player.
in Haven? I didn't know that.
You can see how many pet points you're using out of your available pets.
So they upgrade. Oh shit! The fucking
we're gonna rename him since we're Nope. We're gonna rename him Yep. That seems pretty fitting. There we go, and we're gonna put his health bar here next to mine.
Fuck.
So we can keep an eye on him. Alrighty. Alright, we arrived at the stable. It's gonna teach us how to stable a pet. We're gonna go ahead and stable Yep.
Beautiful.
I'm going to go ahead and unstable him right away because I want to use him. Now let's head into the town proper. Now, first thing you want to do when you come to this town in Haven, forget about the Taskmaster. We're going to go to him later. Very first thing you need to do. Very important. First thing, if you are new to this game, you will die fighting mobs. You are going to die. So, come here, go to the priest, and hold R to set priest as home. You set this priest as your home. If you die, you can home teleport your ghost here. Okay? Next, tutors. Now, if you want to be a mage, don't be a mage on a Thursar. That's stupid. But if you want to be a mage, magic tutor right here. Combat tutor, absolutely important. 100% important. If you want to do melee or range, you select, say, what do you want to learn about? Attacking. Okay, I want to learn different weapon skills. Now, this build for me is going to be swords. I am most familiar with swords. I might do some axes later, maybe even spears, but I'm going to do swords. So I'm going to click that. You hear a little chime in the background. That means I just got some sword.
I wonder if
XP.
I lost this kit.
Come down here. We now have 16 in swords. It's actually trained to 25, but because this is a nested skill, underneath melee combat, it's blocked by melee combat. So as this levels, this will level.
Fucking Panther.
Alright.
Maybe he dragged my body.
Anatomy tutor. Huge anatomy. I told you guys earlier that we need to have anatomy for bandage using. Bang. Now we can wire that. Crafting tutor. You can go to the crafting tutor and learn points about any sort of crafting you want to do. Crafting is awesome and super, super involved in this game. I don't care for it. I'm not going to do it. We're going to learn cooking.
I don't care for it. I'm not
I'll
going to
do
do it.
crafting later if you guys really want me to, but not typically my cup of tea. We're going to bandage up here, and then we're going to go back to the tutorial and go to the Taskmaster. And here we are. With the Taskmaster.
Fuck, I can't find this body. He like dragged this somewhere.
Features of the game, maybe 6, 7, 8 months old. This game is a sandbox game. It is very much in the realm of make your own fun, make your own content. But people are troglodytes and cannot cope with not being handheld. And everyone was complaining they didn't know what to do. So, not me, by the way. They created Taskmasters. So these are little mini quests to kill something, gather something, hunt something, or fish something.
The game wasn't really real until then. Until those Taskmasters.
Soldier and hunter.
Frankly.
But yeah, you talk to them, and here's all the different tasks that you can do. These do reset on an hourly basis. Some of them are always the same mob with varying quantities. Some of them cycle through what mob it is. There's also a daily task when you get out onto the mainland, which is worth a lot of renown and a lot of XP. But the only thing we can do right now is Fresh Walking Dead. So we're going to go ahead and do that. When you accept a task, it gives you a little task assignment here in your inventory, and it tells you what you need to kill and how many you've done. So, let's talk to... Oh, that's not a banker. Let's talk to the banker. Let's drop off all this garbage nonsense, poo-poo stuff. Bang, 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 bang. Get rid of all
I mean,
that.
I guess I didn't really lose too
Get
much.
rid of the boat, too. I don't need it. Let's roll out.
I don't know where I was. I really don't know.
use
Oh, wait. Oh, right.
Stuff we've learned to quickly kill these guys. Hit them with the old overheads.
Okay, so if I follow the sand line,
make sure to grab
I
the
should
head
see
and
the
money.
body. Yeah, if I follow the sand line. That died like right over here, I think.
Money, beautiful. It does not look like the general is up. Unfortunate. Usually when the general's up, if you kill him, you get like a gold or so off of his body.
Oh no, the panther.
Unfortunately, someone already killed him. Maybe he'll respawn while we're standing here. Who knows?
Run.
I think he's on like a 15-minute timer. This is a good opportunity to talk about mobs, spawns, bosses, stuff like this. This entire world, whether you're in Haven or on the mainland, the entire world of Mortal Online 2 is a single...
Oh, he's
server,
chasing me.
Single instance with no loading screens, unless you're like teleporting somewhere as a ghost. No loading screens, okay? You've got... everything is shared. Everything. Even bosses.
Fuck, I dropped my pickaxe.
Every boss, even dungeon bosses, are open world bosses. Bosses that respawn on a 1-hour timer. If you want to kill them, you need to wait until they're up. If no one's killed them in an hour or more, then you can fight them. But because it's a single open instance, if you fight your way all the way to an end of a dungeon, and you're in the boss room fighting, and somebody's been tailing you this entire time, let's say you and 3 of your buddies go down, fight your way through, and you fight the boss, and a group of 3 or 4 guys have been tailing you the whole time, they'll be waiting for you right outside the dungeon door, right outside the boss door. And as soon as you're done with the boss, they're going to come in, and they're going to clean up and take everything. It's a very interesting game. It's a very dynamic, interesting game. Go back to the Taskmaster, and it will automatically complete our task. How great is that? All right, now what it wants us to do is get 20 soldier renown. Here are the breakpoints for renown at the bottom, and here are the renown renown requirements. Once you have 10, you can do this, 25, you can do this, 50, you can do this, etc. Here are the rewards you get. 10 XP, 10 renown, 36 XP, 20 renown, 60 XP, 20 renown, etc., all the way down. Here's how much money you'll get for doing it. These right here are silver aegises. These are like a completion token that you get when completing a task. And completing a task and getting the completion token leads to a number of different
He's very
things. You can
concise,
use
and I
those
like that. A
completion
lot of them
tokens
aren't.
To get special weapons from the
It's all stuff I
Taskmasters. You can
know,
use
but
them
it's
to
nice
buy
to hear
ability
somebody
books
confirm,
for
you know?
combat abilities from the Taskmasters, etc. So next up is Scoundrels. So that is what we are going to do next. Scoundrels are cool because they actually fight back. So that is going to be our next step. A couple of Scoundrel tasks. Man, there's a lot of fucking people in Haven, dude. If these Scoundrels are killed, I'm ending it all. I'm committing as soon as possible in Minecraft. There's so many people, dude. I thought this game was dead.
Nope.
I was partially making this series to bring players to the game. Apparently there's too many of us. Don't buy the game, there's too many people. Don't do it. These guys are all melee. It's very simple. Same thing, exact same thing as the zombies, but instead they're swinging swords at you, and when you parry, you can riposte. Now I'm a Thurstar. I've got pretty good defenses. Okay, I'm fighting 3 now. I'm gonna shut the fuck up and focus real quick. Okay, now, anyways, what I was saying was, you can do the same thing as the zombies. Just spam them down, and then when they decide to swing, just parry. Now, obviously, they're a lot faster than zombies, and they'll swing their swords a lot faster, but it's nothing you can't handle. Alright, and there we have it. Now, as I bandage, did this happen yet? It did not happen yet. Okay, we're going to talk about Clade gifts.
Sword looks fun.
Don't worry about it yet.
I'm not messed with Sword in Immortal.
Let's get back to town. And here we are, and we are going to turn in. What? Oh my goodness, I never took the task. Oh boy.
6 hours later.
Okay, now we're completed. Beautiful. Now, from here, we can continue climbing up this way, which we will do at some point, because, fun fact, you have to hit level 5 minimum to leave Haven. We're going to talk about Clade levels in just a second, because I just hit Clade level 1. But what the tutorial wants us to do first is to find the hunting taskmaster, to do some animal hunting tasks. That's what we're going to do next, but before we do that, let's take a look. Hit C to open our character sheet. Look at our Clade gifts here. So this is the initial skill tree for Mortal Online 2. Every race's skill tree is different.
Thank you, Deep Chic Dweller, for the excellent content for my stream. I'd like to sub to your channel.
Like so. Each one is, well, some are passive, some are active, some are toggleable. You'll find things like 10 skills in endurance, extra constitution, extra max constitution, an adrenaline buff, maximum health and constitution, right? Max, or more size, more damage bonus, etc. Axis skill, sword skill, blah, blah, blah. Now this gets you from Clade level 1 to 20, which takes around 50,000 glory, which is the experience of the game, right? 50,000 sounds like a lot when you look at the chat window and realize I got 72 glory for that. However, there is much, much more glory to be gained per hour out on the mainland, which is why we're going to leave here as soon as we hit Clade level 5. That being said, though, 50,000-ish gets you to level 20. Now, avert your eyes, because I'm about to show you something very scary. This is the mastery tree. After you hit level 20, you start gaining additional points in mastery. And all of these little stars and all of these
I can't wait to get to the mastery tree. I'm so excited.
These do crazy things, like give you raw stats, like raw constitution, dexterity, and strength. They do other crazy things, like give you extra health regen, mana damage resistance. They give you strength. You can hit harder, melee damage bonus, pierce damage, slash damage. What else? They make you run faster. They make you, carry more armor, whatever. Carry more inventory. Doesn't matter. This is end game progression, right? Right now we're focusing on 1 to 20, or 0 to 20 technically. So let's pick our first point. Now what I want to do for my build is I want to max out my damage as fast as possible. All of my damage abilities are over here on this side of the tree. So I would probably start here, get levels in my aggressive stance, right? Increase my maximum adrenaline, and start building up my strength, my damage bonus, etc. However, there is one thing that we want before we do that. 2 things, actually. One of them is adamant. This passively reduces all incoming physical damage by 10%. And we want lifesteal.
Yeah.
This is a buff that you can toggle to convert the damage you deal, percentage of it, 25% to be exact, of the damage you deal into your own health. This is why Thursars are the most common foot fighter in the game.
Hello, hold on
They
just a
have
second.
The most self-sustain. They have high health, high damage.
I'm talking to you on my watch. I've never done that before. Hold on just a second. Yeah, can you hear me? Hold on. Where is my phone? Sorry. I don't know where my phone is. Maybe I left it out there in the bathroom? Just a second. One of the things I like about Mortal is like an AFK farm. I have to go now for a little while, maybe an hour or something like that, while I go help my family. But while I leave, I'm going to leave my character at Shopping Tree, because it's easy to do. Only takes a couple of clicks, and then I can farm money, just a little bit of money. It's not much. It's like 2,000 wood or something, but that's better than not having 2,000 wood. So maybe I have a saddle? No. I'm going to take my clothes off. I did not charge my jewelry. Oh, I have 16 to taming from my ring. Damn, that's a good ring. So You can't add more items here, which is so dumb. Oh, there's a saddle though. So let's... Maybe this simple pig pot. No, I use that, so I don't know. We'll just load the pig with a whole bunch of stuff. Oops. I'm getting caught up here. I really didn't want to get caught up here. But in any event, I need to put stuff on the pig, I guess, and just leave him here. Maybe I should feed him. That isn't hungry. Okay. Now, all that stuff. No, this stuff I want to go in the box. I'll pull, like, stacks of stuff. Yeah, like that. This is more loot than I usually carry, but it's much safer to do now. Oh, it's a plain silver amulet. Nice, that's not bad. That's not a bad drop. So, pull this out. Yeah, maybe stuff heads. Here's a Walking Dead general head. Gold. Round fur. There, the pig's full. Okay, I'm gonna quit. No, I'm not gonna quit, but I'm going to dump all the rest of this stuff. I need this kit back, which is kind of annoying. Like, yeah, I need to get it back fast. So, bow. Yeah, and arrows. Okay, so arrows, 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 arrows. Stuff. Yeah, stuff. My bow. Oh, you can't add more items here. Okay, what? You can't add more items here. So, yeah, put the bow in there. The 92 silver should stack. You can't add more items here. It's terrible. Fucking terrible. I don't know. What do I do with this silver? I have no idea. I don't know. I can't add any more items here. Maybe I should just take it with me, I guess. I don't know. But anyways, let's take out axes, and that will maybe free up enough room. There we go. Okay, so the pig is fairly rich. So I guess I'll actually log. But anyways, I got what I wanted to do done. I will be back in like an hour here, guys. I will be up there helping my family for a little bit while it's sunny, and with some real life stuff, and then I will be back. I'm gonna pause this video. I'm gonna unpause. Hi guys, I'm back. Just did a whole bunch of work and moved a whole bunch of stuff around, and I killed a couple of wasp nests, and I scrubbed some furniture, outside furniture that was dirty, and I just sort of moved on. You know, I did my stuff and move forward. And I am here to play some more video games. Around 3 hours from now, I'll have to go, or a little bit less than that. Like, I'll have to go water the garden, but then I'm free for the rest of the evening. Probably stay up till like 10 or 11. Getting on some Mortal. Oh, I'm getting on Mortal, but I don't really want to get on Mortal. Or I guess I do. I'll do Mortal since I'm ready to chop trees. And yeah, you know, I'm thinking next month I will sub to the epic version of Mortal, and I will respec that character for archery, and I will upkeep that house that I have in Tindrum, and I believe that way I can play Rust and Mortal at the same time. But I will not do so until the next month. Okay. But yeah, I have a loaded pig. Yeah, I guess I'll just chop whatever I can carry, and I'll bring it to town, and I'll use the money to charge my jewelry. But I'm not going to do that very quickly. Yeah, and then let's get on GTA and do my daily GTA stuff.
Live for a long time. Voice cracked. I'm turning 30 next month, by the way.
Congrats.
Outside of that, another really
About
good
to turn
one here
50.
is Stig and Throat on the opposite end of the tree. Stig and Throat gives you an extra health every 3 seconds, passively, even in combat. And then your passive regeneration is doubled. So at max passive regeneration plus Stig and Throat, you're getting 30 to 40 health a minute just for standing around. Mid-fight. Thursars are fucking broke minute. Max passive regen health, the really good one here is Stig and Throat on the opposite end of the tree. Stig and Throat gives you an extra health every 3 seconds, passively, even in combat. And then your passive regeneration is doubled. So at max passive regeneration plus Stig and Throat, you're getting 30 to 40.
Passive regen is a skill, is it? Oh, passive regen is a skill? Oh my god. Passive regen book. Let's see. Oh my god, I didn't know. And it's a secondary too, so I can just level it. I will go to town, I guess. Go get that right now. Oh my god. Didn't know my pig was outdoors, so let's get him going here, because I don't have anything. Now we'll turn the sound up. It's a weird picture. Endurance. is a primary. Active regen is its endurance. Active regen is a primary and it's sitting at 40. But yeah, active regen is when you're like sitting down. Passive is just like all the time. So subsisting. Wow, subsisting. It's a secondary. Passive regen. Well, let's keep going. I'm not really safe. Can I just buy the book from the auction house? Passive regen is 50 gold. Bone tissue, 6 copper. Now I have, sorry, I have money to post other stuff. Round fur, nope. Maybe I'll just vendor all this. What about emulge? Anybody paying for emulge? Nope. I'll just vendor. What about full grain? Maybe leather. No, they buy quality leather, but they don't buy normal full grain. So, what about malarium? Nope. Well, I don't have stacks of any of this, so I'm just going to vendor it all, which is fine by me. I'm just, you know. It's weird because it looks like the guard is looking at my pig.
See what I have for you.
That's 12G, nice. $30 gold, not bad. Let's go charge my jewelry, I guess. Is that everything? No.
Let me show you. Deal. Welcome back.
45 gold. And the chicken running through. I like the chicken running through town. I think it's a good touch. Interesting. Fuck. the fuck, man? Really don't remember where the jewelry thing is. It's so annoying. I went the whole circle again, didn't I? Yep. Well, just keep doing it until you fucking find it. I hate this town sometimes. It's so annoying to find what you need. Fucking map would be really nice. There, here we go. I just ran past it is what it is. Fucking silver recharges are so annoyingly expensive. Okay, got my rings. Got 15 gold. I guess I'll buy bandages while I'm here. And maybe I should feed the pig. Good. And then oh, I should check the dailies on the other vendors because I didn't look. Phenol. White Cavallo. I'll just take the phenol daily. Whatever. And then Clothos workers. In caves. I've never done that one before. I don't know about killing 5 of them, but maybe we can. You already have a hunting task for bandits, 0 out of 7. That's Black Bear is pretty good actually. Oh, sorry, Belbis. I need to do Belbis, so that's okay. We'll do Belbis and Tribrat's the daily. I did it. Hack. Axes. Feller's friend. Splitting hairs. Blacksmith's pride. Pugilist Handbook, Chapter 2. Growing to 50. Thank you. Actually, I should put this gold away. Saving up for the next tier of priest, I guess. Or no, I'm sorry, I'm saving up for a vendor now. We should go see how much a vendor is while I'm in town. But first I'll put the money away. Oh wait, I didn't totally finish what I was doing. I want to buy some torches, or torch, excuse me. I want to buy some bandages. I don't have to worry about it. Do you buy Razorback armor? I'm not really clear. I think you can buy bear armor. Let's see if there's Razorback armor. Oops. Razorback. Try Razorback. Wait, you're buying Razorback carcass. Nice. Oh, I'm selling Razorback tusks. Razorback bag crafting. Razorback mastery. 120 gold. Razorback mastery. Let's see, is that a primary? No, it's a secondary, and I kind of need it. I didn't know that. I didn't know I could do that. So let's buy this Razorback Mastery book and put that in. Oh, wait, no, I was going to do passive regen. I didn't know. I didn't know. That's actually worse. Yeah, we'll do these 2 books, I guess, and that's what I'll spend this money on. So buy passive regen. Books are a good thing to spend money on. So passive regen. Passive regeneration. Cost lowest first. 50 gold. Sold. Anatomy Cyclopedia for 114 more. What's my anatomy at? Anatomy is 68. I mean, I can only get 2 more points anyways, so it's fine. So drop this book. Put this one in. Very good. And we shall learn passive regeneration. Ooh, 11 already. Nice. Yay, I'm training skills. So, passive regen is in. That's good. So so if you're I can understand it, but the real thing you should be thinking about not those 2 skills are worth the primary points needed, endurance, to use them in the first place. So I have endurance, and I was aiming for the next skill, and I just never bought it, and it has nerfed my character quite a bit. It's stupid. Down resistance, knockback resistance. Knockback resistance is a primary, and I didn't know that. I can drop points out of aggressive stance completely. I want to unlock this. That's the lowest I can go. 4.7. I brought 129 gold out, and I don't know why. Gotta get it back. Oh, I was gonna go to... Well, I shouldn't take the gold with me, though, because I could get ganked. So... I have 180 gold. Let's go see how much the first vendor for my house is. Ooh, I can get a bank for 1,000 gold. A bank would be so good. So a bank is really good because probably I mean with the bank I can stuff the whole the bank full of bags, and the bags I can just fill with stuff. And so yeah, we'll get that. That's 1,000 gold. I don't know what a chancery is gonna be. So constructing a chancery. What does a chancery do? There, the general store is 400 gold. 400 gold. So I need to get to chopping wood. And I guess I will bring in an alt to do that, because I can always just have an alt, like on my Epic account, just have that that account just chopping wood outside this base all day long. And while sure, I'll probably get ganked, but I mean, not as much as I used to. Damn, what the hell is all that about? What the hell is that thing? I've not seen that. Yes. $400 gold. I will take my rings off on the assumption that, or well, I don't know. I don't think it matters. I'll just buy new ring charges. I'm gonna hop on Rust and just check my base, do some farming, and then come back. I'm glad they did the hardcore changes. It makes Rust a lot more attractive to me if there's like 10, 15 people, 20, 30 people on the server. I could see playing Rust and Mortal at the same time. I would never be bored. There's always something to do. Once Human's good like that too. Could play Once Human. Oh, I'm on Grand Theft Auto, right? Yes, I want you to join free mode. The load is faster. $12 out of 100, which was less than before, but it's still good. It's good that people are here. It makes it a lot more attractive to me. Even dying is fine, you know. All they got is a kit. Fucking revolver. Revolvers are precious, they are, but god damn it, he pulled that fucking crossy headshot out of nowhere. Fucking embarrassed me. I just didn't dream he could peg me like that. I don't think so. Okay, so ah, good. Am I wearing? Oh no, I'm out of water. Is what it is. Oops. I believe I would die. I don't know. Does that lose XP? I have 2571 XP. Yeah, it was 500 XP, which is fine. Quite a lot of them. Let's try that one, the colorful one. Okay, we Gucci. I'm gonna drink. I'll eat. Maybe I can catch fish with those worms. Beautiful. It's a nice day. I will run the Harbor Road. Pop dropped. Or no, it didn't. No, it was at 12. Yeah. Pop did drop a couple people, but that's right. 14 on the server. Great. First thing, huh? First thing. I fucking missed him. That son of a bitch. No, where is he? Fucking Panther. Damn it. I like that it added animals to the game. That's actually really good. That's a big step forward than what they normally do. I do like hunting them in the jungle. It's kind of tense. It is entertaining. Where are you, you fucking giant cat? Can't see him. I'm gonna stay on the road so I know where my body is. No idea where he went. No idea. He's gonna bite me again, isn't he? Son of a bitch. Oh. God damn it. Fucking so annoying. You're so annoying. I dropped the crossbow, didn't I? Oh, God. I like that they'll jump up on top of things. That's kind of cool. But it's hard. It's hard to deal with him with prim sets. Man, maybe I should live outside the outpost and just buy revolvers. I don't know. Fucking Panther. You're gonna bite me again, aren't you? You dick. Where's my body? Where's my body? Loot all. Loot all. Did you get it all? Yeah. What? Just run, just run. Is he hunting me? Yeah, he's way back there. I hit him. I see you way the fuck back there. Fucking dick bit me again. No, my axe is gone. What happened to my axe? Oh, you dropped the axe, which is It's odd that all these players came, but the zombie mod isn't working. Oh yeah, I guess I could, I do want to kill him, but I've not hit him many times. It takes so many shots to kill him. Where is he? At least he's orange. Ah, you fucking dick. Fuck. What? I was bleeding. It's gonna be hard to find this. Well, I guess not. Not really, no. Get up, get up, get up. Ah. Fucking Panther, I've shot him so many times. I hope I can find this body. I hope it's out where I can see it. Ah. Oh, my axe came back for some reason. Recycle. Thought I was being pushed by the Panther there for a second. Shot you so many goddamn times. Fuck. I'm rusty. Fuck. 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 Killed him. It's good because I need the meat real bad. I'll use it for fish bait. And that'll give me a lot of meat. I might need to address that now before I can do anything else, which is annoying. I'll take the tugboat out where they can't get me. And I'll do some fishing. I like fishing rust though. Won't lie. And it gives good XP, so it's, you know, it's justifiable to do. Ooh, he also gives fuel, and so does fishing. Fishing gives fuel as well. That's another reason to do it. Tugboat life. It's the tugboat life for me. It's the tugboat life for me. Oh, I like tugboats. $149. Back up. Oh, I can do turbo now. This is faster. Oh, I should do some Eve stuff. Yeah, this will be a good view. I can kind of watch the harbor, but I'm out where they probably can't see me, right? I want to be out where I'm out of their render, which is a while. Yeah, like we'll go out like this far. I would say. This will give me a nice scenic view of, you know, lighthouse and harbor. Yep. And we're out where, you know, I might not even be, they might not, well, they probably can't see me. Yeah, they probably can't see this tugboat, which is good. So, I like feeling safe. I like feeling safe on the hardcore server, especially with 10 people. 10 people is sketch. They could be jumping in the windows all the time, man. 10 people is sketch. Like, already I died today to one of them, you know? So anyways, oh, maybe I have to recycle before I can do this, because he got my rope, I think. Yeah, that guy got my rope. God damn it. And my fishing pole. I don't have rope, I don't think. Son of a bitch. No rope. I have to go back to goddamn harbor. So annoying. At least I know. I didn't think about that, but he got my only fishing pole and rope. And so now I have to go deal with it. That's survival for you. If you don't have it, you can't do it. So I will go. Yep, there's no rope here. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. There's stuff to get rope, but there's not rope. So I will go recycle for rope. I have a full aquatic set, and I could use it. I don't have to put my base at risk or anything like that doing this. It makes me predictable that I have to go do this. So let's do it from a different approach. Please let me through. Right? Yeah, I don't think that's a bad swim at all. And it's scenic, you know, it's kind of cool. And this is the safest I could be, technically. Because the base is out of render, which means that they can't see me past a certain distance. And so my base is out of render, which keeps me completely safe from people who don't know where I am, who aren't stream sniping. And so I would prefer to do the water approach because it is fast. I hope I'm swimming the right direction, because I didn't think about that. Yeah, I'm swimming the right direction now. So. And the other nice thing about this is you can just aim the auto fucking run key. Yeah, I can just auto run while I do other things. I AFK'd out. That sucks. So let's get on Eve. Oh no, the client is running. It's just down here somewhere. Here we go. I just never got in. Why are you doing this weird, like UI scaling? I want you on auto. Damn it. There, better. Fucking annoying, but better. So it is better now. And you're still... Oh. Yeah, another nice thing about the water is you can just AFK in one direction. And short of sharks, no problem at all. No problem, you know. No problems. Swim right to the recycler, but you don't have to expose your base, you know. I can AFK the swim. Gotta be careful here because I'm being predictable, but I don't have a lot. You know, they can take a kid off me. I don't care. Food's sort of annoying in that if you cook it, it goes bad. So you really don't, you can't stockpile food how you used to. You can do canned food. It makes canned food a lot more attractive. Canned food is sold in Outpost, and I could go to the bandit camp. I'm not that far from bandit camp, actually. Yeah, well, I mean, I am, sort of, actually, but anyways. Free rope. I brought the tiger meat, which is fucking stupid, and I really shouldn't have put this at risk. But I'm done here. And if anybody's pushing me, I can run to the water, you know? No, put on the kid. No. And then we auto run this direction. For a while. And, yes. And then, oh yes, I was doing, this mission, which is good. I'll turn on the music. To kill the mercenaries. Go to private. And I'm safe. It would take a heli or a boat or another dude with fins. Totally safe. Might as well, since I'm in the water, I'm gonna go hit that wreckage just because it's sitting there. It's free loot. I love Rust. I do think it is like the best game ever made, if the harassment doesn't fucking make it horrible. Well, you can just play the game and not have shitheads in your face. It is the most fun game. Absolutely. Nice, that's not a bad find, actually. Nice. I should have just brought the boat to the wreckage. This one was further than I should have gone, but oh well. Ooh, that's not bad. Kind of. Metal pipes are good. You know, I'm rich enough to take cat navies to, Oh, did I go too far? I probably went too far. Stop, stop, stop. Give me control. Ah. So now I need wood to make a fishing pole. Fishing pole. There we go. Fishing pole. Cool. And then all of this stuff, it doesn't need to be at risk, so we can just put it all away. Even the gun. I don't really need to put anything at risk right now. We're just going to dump it in boxes. Everything but the fishing pole and the meat. I got 9 meat, which is pretty good. I believe I'll start with the worms and stuff first and see how far that will get me, and I will resort to the panther meat if I have to, but I would prefer to start with worms and see if I can't reach something good and get, like, you know, 6 fillet and actually catch fish. We'll see. Fishing is a good source of XP. And I need the food. I like need it. I need the food. Like I don't know. The food won't last, but it'll be there for me in the morning, which is good because it lasts like 24 hours from when you cook it or whatever. So. Oh. What? Come on, man. Plus, it used all my bait. I forgot that it has like a higher cost now. Oh, damn it. Oh, did they fix the boat? No, they didn't fix the boat. I was just standing at the right spot. Oops. God damn, it's hot. It's 88 degrees in here. Go duck. Whatever that fish was, it fought me really hard. Small trout. Come on. Yeah, that's what we needed. Oh yeah, I'm running the timer, I forgot. Fuck. Fuck. I wasted that bait. Ah, and it's expensive. Forgot about this timer. Why are you on the middle of the fucking road? Why is that dude in the middle of the road with his dog? Oh shit, probably them. That's probably why. That's odd, they didn't spawn until now, I guess. They rolled two. They rolled two. God damn it. Yeah, they were just firing into my face. I should do that to them. God damn it. God damn it. Took like 90 seconds. fuck, it's annoying. God damn it. It's dumb that I'm running away, but they're faster than me. It's so annoying. God damn relentless. Can't keep blowing all my money on prox mines. Please don't kill me again. No. That's cool that she can look behind you, though. Oh, I got him! I think I got one! I did, I killed them, look. I killed the last pack and they're gonna leave me alone now. I don't know if I have enough time, but I'll try. This was such an annoying mission, long. I don't want DC off Rust. Don't DC off Rust. Like, they didn't have me get on the highway, so it's not that much further, I don't think. Ah, here we go, here we go. We're gonna make it just in time. Man, this one took forever. Maybe I should make a candle hat. I don't know, burning fuel might not be that good. But I do have some fuel, I think. People outside the gun shop aren't that freaked out by guns. He's just walking around without a shirt on, like smoking a cigarette. I mean, it is a hot day, yeah. God, they're good at making this seem real. Fucking Prius rolls by. Game didn't have Priuses, I don't think, when it first launched. Or maybe it did, I don't know. Yes, it did, it did. Why can't I fish all of a sudden? I was fishing before. Oh. Yeah. Got a herring. Oh. So I need to load individually? Okay. It's like eating the stacks wrong because the mod's messed up or something. Anchovy. Diving fins, which I'm not complaining about. Moon. Cheshire Cat Moon. Oh, I need to spend my points. Beautiful sunrise. We had good fuel for this. Not really getting ahead on the fish thing. Nice, a tarp. Oops. It's a shame. Fucking bottle. Oh, so...
$40 health a minute just for standing around. Mid-fight. Thursars are fucking broken. Please don't nerf them. 10 out of 10, my favorite race. So, I want lifesteal and adamant first. Take less damage, be able to heal myself. So I'm going to start in Tenacious. Once I get to Clade level 4, because 1, 2, 3, 4, then I'm going to start getting all my damage and everything else. So let's start here. And there we go. Now, what were we talking about? Hunting Taskmaster. Off we go. As I was riding, I was just thinking, one thing I forgot to do is sell all my loot, so we're going to do that when we get to the encampment. But also, we're not wearing any armor right now. We're naked. I don't recommend you do this. Buy armor. I just do it because I'm lazy and I have 3,000 hours, so I don't care, and I know a scoundrel can't kill me. That being said, though, there is a very important stat that we're going to look at really quick. That is under character sheet statistics, and that is your armor weight. This is your armor weight that you have on you.
And I lost that axe.
Out of your maximum. 5 kg is nothing. Steel sets are at least 22 to 23 kg. How do we raise this? Great question. Glad you asked. Hit L. Open your action skills. Let's collapse all these, and we are going to go to combat.